MP for North-Imenti, Meru County.
Mase Mary, member for Teso South, and a member of this committee.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Rehab Mukami, County MP, Nyeri.
Honorable Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu, Machakos County, a member of this committee.
Samuel Jiroge, Clerk to the National Assembly.
The rest of the team are our support staff. Honorable Kabogo, welcome to this meeting.
Thank you.
The rules of engagement are very simple. You address everybody through the chairman. That's number one. Number two, don't engage in any arguments with any member. And three, no member is allowed to harass you. When they ask a question, they're all in good faith and answer them as such. Four, no stories, just answer the questions so that we can, in the interest of time, make good progress. So for a start, I'll give you 5 minutes to introduce yourself, your name, your educational and professional background, your work experience, any key competences that make you believe that you are suitable for the role of Cabinet Secretary to which you have been nominated, and anything else that you think adds value to what we are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is William Kabogo Getau, born in Komavai sub-county in Githunguri constituency. Went to primary school in Komavai, Kitito, Ruiru, did my CPE, and then joined Thika Technical High School. And in 1978, I left for India, and I did a bachelor's degree in commerce. Came back in 1983 and joined Controller and Auditor General as an audit assistant in Exchequer and Audit Office. A job that was a bit boring. Then I looked for a new job quickly, and I found a job in Mombasa as a business advisor for an NGO, where I rose from business advisor to executive director. Then come to 2002, it was the Uhuru time, the generation to join politics and lead Kenya. And at that point, I had become a businessman, an astute businessman, made a little bit of money. And I thought I would join the team, Mr. Speaker, to take the country to the next level. So I joined politics in 2002, August, was elected Member of Parliament for the larger Juja, which is today Juja, Ruiru, and Thika constituencies. Come the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I decided to vie for a gubernatorial seat for Kiambu County. And I was successful, and I became the governor, first governor of Kiambu. And why I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a good job for me as ICT and digital economy minister is that I managed while at Kiambu to digitize the entire revenue collection in Kiambu County, taking our revenues from 800 million a year to 2.7 billion in 14 months. I also managed to digitize the health systems such that there would be seamless work by doctors in treating Kenyans in all our Kiambu hospitals. Also had developed management information systems for Kiambu County so that from a dashboard, Mr. Speaker, I would be able to know exactly what is happening in each of the ministries, the 10 ministries. So really, that gives me a head start on, because my view, Mr. Speaker, is that the job of a minister is that of a manager and a leader. And with a big background, I have learned management skills and I have practiced them. And so I am suitable for the job of Minister of ICT. And as Peter Drucker says, it's about doing things right and doing the right things, a combination of which will give you good start in management skills, Mr. Speaker. It's a long journey, Mr. Speaker, but I've tried to condense it. While coming in here, I read on the Twitter, how is this guy going to manage an ICT ministry, yet he doesn't have a computer? Mr. Speaker, I started using computers in 1992. They were green, and used the MS-DOS language, you know, you know, you'd do CD, change directory, move the etc., and write programs. So I'm well conversant with the technical aspect of ICT, but information technology, communication technology, and the gist of putting it together, that's what a minister requires to know.
Great. We'll ask members to ask you questions. Members, let's try and cover in the allocated time. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kabogo, my question relates to the immediate challenges facing the world of technology, both here in Kenya and overseas, that I'd be more concerned about here in Kenya. You know that recently we've had cyber attacks targeted on critical government websites and government services. So my question will be, I'd like to hear, if approved, how will your ministry ensure that we have resilience and rapid recovery of these government services when we do have those attacks? I also would like to hear what strategies you have to deal with the growing challenges posed by social media phenomena such as fake news, misinformation, disinformation. What strategies would you promote to ensure that we still uphold freedom of speech, but also protect the country from fake news and misinformation? And lastly, also your ideas on how to deal with the big challenge of concern by use of unethical use of artificial intelligence to terrorize people or to promote misinformation again and disinformation. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. On the issue of challenges on cyber attacks, this is a world phenomenon today. But other countries in the world have engaged professionally so that some of these things can be curbed through legislation. And it's a continuous process because the attacks are getting more and more serious because of AI, because both AI is good and it's bad in terms of how we use AI. But the challenges are real, and the only thing is to be able to put resourceful people and money in terms of developing firewalls and things like that that will stop cyber attacks. And in real time. And this would be difficult given the status of our country in terms of use of where we talk of things that have already happened. And that is why it's important to have digital information available in real time so that decisions can be made in real time. And that is possible. Social media, misinformation, and things like that. Apparently, this is happening again in the whole world, where very energetic young men and women on social media take to social media to send information, some fake, some real, some by use of AI. They could easily get my picture as Kabogo and use it to spread fake news as it is me who is saying. Suffice to say, Mheshimiwa, that the laws are there. We have, for example, the computer misuse and that law that governs such misuse is just a part of enforcement that needs to be improved, and also regular review of the law, but also cognizant of the fact that there is freedom of expression in Kenya. And we have to strike a balance so that the freedom of one is not used to infringe on the freedom of others. But more so, we should be thinking about engaging the younger generations, the Gen Zs, the millennials, on how to have ethical use of cyber space or internet space. Because today there will be Gen Zs, but in a couple of years there will be fathers. And the engagement should be such that if you put Kaboro in a coffin, as is the case now, at one time there will be fathers like me. How would they feel when their father is put in a coffin? Genuine engagement with the parties that are sharing this platform. On the challenges of the use of AI, I said AI before is good because it helps. If you want to know something today about anything, AI can help you, because AI, what it does is try to mimic human behavior and human thinking. And it's quick, it's information on your fingertips, but badly used will be detrimental to any nation. We should be able to have laws that help in our behavior and our attitude in terms of engaging and using AI. And from time to time, if I'm confirmed in this ministry, we should be able to engage the legislature to see that we have laws that help so that there's a balance. Again, I am aware of the very, very vibrant constitution that we enjoy today that has freedoms that I would not be the one to get into the toes of breaking other people's freedoms, but cognizant of the fact that there should be a balance. And I think I've answered your 3 questions. Thank you.
Muchungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And maybe just for the record, the nominee is my former governor in Kiambu. And we served at the same time when he was governor, and I was a first-time member of parliament. CS nominee, you have indicated that you are the party leader of Tujibebe in your documents. Tujibebe or Kenya leader as a party leader. I don't know whether you have resigned or you intend to resign. If approved, whether you would resign. 2, in relation to the question that the Deputy Speaker has asked on AI. This is a question from a Kenyan living in Finland who tells me he recently, and he also comes from Kiambu, he recently read an article in one of the newspapers in Helsinki on the working conditions that are described as equivalent to modern slave labor, where American big tech companies are using young Kenyans, especially to do what is described as harmful, removing what is described as harmful content or crude content on Facebook, on TikTok, Instagram, on largely main social media platforms. I say that they ensure that they review Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram to ensure that these important platforms are not filled with hate speech or incitement to violence. We watch murders, executions, child sexual abuse, and rape, often for more than 8 hours a day. And we are paid less than $2 an hour for it. The workers described it as part of the excerpt from that article. And therefore, would want to hear what you would intend to do as Cabinet Secretary now in charge of ICT. 1, to protect these young Kenyans from being exploited by the big tech companies working on AI from the US and other developed countries. And 2, to also protect these young Kenyans from the harmful effects of the content that they watch, that they have to go through as they work. And you know, mental health is indeed a big issue and has been rated as one of the big issues, especially with those working in the tech space in the country. And probably part of it is out of this engagement with content that they are finding online as they work. What would you do to protect them? Lastly, on revenue assurance, calls dropping Kenyans telcos continue to work with, we all work with phone companies or telcos that call drops are very frequent, and nobody ever compensates Kenyans for the call drops, what you would intend to do. Plus, because that is a situation where these telcos are stealing from Kenyans as we make calls. But the same telcos also steal from government in terms of revenue, because we have a system where KRA cannot tell how much airtime you have used, because it's a self-reporting system with the telcos. What revenue assurance systems would you put in place, probably from CA, Communications Authority, to ensure that CA has a view of the amount of data, the amount of airtime that Safaricom and all the other telcos are selling to Kenyans, because there is theft both ways, from Kenyans and also from the revenue authorities.
Nominee, you can record the next questions. Junet?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, through you, I would like to ask the nominee, Honorable William Kabogo Gitau, that we are looking here at the suitability, his suitability to be the Cabinet Secretary for ICT. In that regard, having been a governor, member of parliament, and having run a huge county like Kiambu, I have no doubt in his capacity. But these are the questions I want to ask. In 2010, Honorable Chairman, the late Professor George Saitoti, then the Minister for Internal Security, named in Parliament persons suspected to be drug traffickers in connection with alleged illegal trade, drug trade, and who are under investigation. Among the persons that were named, Honorable Speaker, the name of Honorable Kabogo appeared on the list. Can you make it clear to this committee and the great people of this country who are watching you today, did you or have you ever been suspected or charged with the drug trafficking? Second question is, this is a simple one, during your tenure as a governor of Homa Bay, I mean of Kiambu. No, Kichangi, do you Homa Bay? Yeah, it's Kiambu. You have snapped, they say many times, summons from the Senate. Now, as a cabinet secretary, you will be answerable to Parliament. These are, other than the appointing authority, these are your next employer, second employers. You will appear here every day to answer questions on ICT and those kind of things. Will you be able to appear before the Senate and the National Assembly at any time that are required? And lastly, people also describe you as somebody who is they say tough-headed, bordering arrogance, highest level of high-handedness. How are you going to be compatible now with being a CS with this kind of job that requires a lot of humility? And looking at your CV, lastly, I went through, you have not indicated how many children you have. Can you share with the committee how many children you have, Honorable Kabogo?
Go on. In Africa, we don't count children, so you can ignore that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I appreciate the fact that Honorable Junet has said he has no doubt I have the capabilities of becoming Minister for ICT. I thank you. Party leader, Mheshimiwa Ichung'wa, is talking about working conditions and big tech companies. Like I said before, Mr. Speaker, it is the use of regulatory frameworks and legislative work that can help us deal with these big tech issues. And the way they take advantage of especially African countries in terms of call drops. I have been a victim of very many call drops by Safaricom itself. And the minute you call them and ask why is this happening, they say it is technology, it is these days, frequencies, all these stories. As Minister for ICT, if I'm confirmed, Mr. Speaker, this will become a thing of the past. We should be able to ask CA to be able to get call logs and determine how much call drops each caller has and what the company needs to do to compensate drop times. On the issue of hate speech and harmful content, again, this is a matter of every country having its own regulations. It is true if you look at TikTok, you look at Facebook and X, you will find all sorts of pornography, actually even available to children. This is a situation where our regulators should be able to engage these providers or the owners of these apps, Facebook, TikTok and others, to know how they can be regulated.
Nominee, it is not about the regulator. If you are approved, you'll be the minister providing policy direction.
Exactly,
That's
Mr.
what
Speaker.
Ichunga wants
So
to
my
know.
first directive to CA is to be able to get to know how this can be regulated. And we have technical people who have experience, Mr. Speaker, on how these things can be done. I should be able to sit with them on the first or second day of my term in office to make sure that there is a direct and clear way of dealing with these problems. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of exploitation, I have addressed that. Perfect and harmful content, again, it is a matter of great concern how much bad content is available on these platforms, and it is worldwide. We have seen situations where other countries have stopped certain platforms in operating, like for example, the discussion now in the US, where TikTok is supposed to be banned from using the American airspace. I should be able to get to the bottom of these things and see that the Kenyan content is good for consumption for underage and also other users. If I go to, I'm not sure whether I got the third question from...
He asked if you are still chairman of Tujibebe party.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am not a chairman of Jibebe now. The minute I was nominated by the president, I resigned the following day. And I think a copy of that is in the bundle of documents that I have given. From the Honorable Junet, a question I have dealt with all my life since that fateful day when Professor Saitoti, the late, dropped names of MPs as suspected drug dealers. I want to say here on record, Mr. Speaker, I have never, ever dealt with drugs of any kind all my life. Mr. Speaker, this is...
Not even Panadol?
Mr. Speaker, I do not imagine that Junet Mohammed was asking about Panadol. I have some in my pocket if it's just Panadol. But I know he's talking about hard...
We know what he
He's talking about hard drugs, cocaine and the rest. And this is a very disturbing subject, Mr. Speaker. But I invite Kenyans also to have a look at the dossier that Mr. Saitoti brought to the House. It's a dossier such that, Mr. Speaker, if it was given to Inspector Mwala, it would not pass Mr. Mwala's table for a script. If, Mr. Speaker, at that point in time, and records speak here in this House, I fought vigorously the tabling of our names without a leave of the House, because the rules are such that if you are discussing the conduct of an MP, you need to move a substantive motion. But for that particular one, it went through smoothly as planned. But my point here, Mr. Speaker, the government or agencies, the police, did a thorough investigation, and they gave a temporary report a month later, which was tabled and is part of the records of this House. And they found that I was not culpable. I had never been involved in drug trafficking, and I had never been a driver of the Honorable Mao, as that dossier had said. I actually said, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of this House, that there is no need of anyone trying to do extradition proceedings to get me to travel to the US to answer these charges. I offered myself. They gave me a one-way visa, and I'll take myself to any part of the world to answer charges of drugs. It's never happened. So the authors of that dossier probably didn't get exactly what they wanted, but what they got is messing with people's names. And that is the situation it is today. Mr. Speaker, it has continued to happen. People talking about, you will find some of us are named Pablo, all those names. But the truth be told is that I did take some people to court. If you remember, there was a program by Standard called something Mihadarati by Mheshimiwa from Nyali. And I did take them to court. It's taken long, about 8 or 9 years. But finally, I got judgment against them, and I was paid a little bit of money. But circulation is still happening. This is something I am bound to live with for the rest of my life. But I do not do drugs. Thank you. That was a tough one. Yeah?
You've not answered one. He also asked you that when you are governor of Kiambu, you snubbed invitations and summons to attend.
I'm going there.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it was
the perception of being high-handed.
It is. Pardon?
Go on and answer the questions.
Yes. In the beginning, when governors were being called to Senate, there was a general feeling that we should not come to Senate as an independent government. But when it was clear through court decisions that governors would appear, we started appearing, and I want to be on record here, Mr. Speaker. I came to this Senate House to answer questions of senators. For 3 consecutive years, Kiambu had appeared. As a matter of fact, I came to the clerk of that committee, and I said they can ask the chair, I think it was Professor Nyang Yong then, that should any county be invited to the Senate and they do not appear, Kiambu can appear. It's just next door in short notice, even half an hour. And that's how we managed to go through our audit queries for Kiambu for 3 years. So I should be able to appear before the House of Parliament, both Senate and the National Assembly, to answer any questions that may arise, and also carry along the staff of the ministry. Sometimes you ask questions. I've been to this house. Sometimes you ask questions, and the minister is given questions by technocrats to bring to the house, and they're never accepted. I should be able to come with the PS or whoever it is and tell them, now you need to answer this question because it's being asked by MPs who represent the people. It's the people asking. So I will honor invitations to appear. What was the other part?
Are you arrogant,
yes,
hard-headed, and high-handed?
Mr. Speaker, I have a very serious face, just like yourself. And that may sometimes be confused to be, but I'm very straightforward. And I do not beat about the bush. I say things as they are. Mm-hmm. And this is where people wonder whether doing things right or doing the right things is the thing to do. I believe in doing things right, but doing them right. So that sometimes it appears. I have a very strong personality on putting things in order. And that is why I was able to bring order to Kiambu, a very difficult county. How
come they rejected you after one term?
Mr. Speaker, that is a long discussion you and I would have, because you know how elections are done in this country.
Yes, Junet?
Mr. Speaker, the nominee has answered by saying he is not high-handed, he is not arrogant because he has a very serious face. So does he use his face and his bald head to scare people?
Speaker, maybe because there's also a question CS nominee did not answer, but probably just in defense of him, Honorable Speaker, on that, or without being seen to defend him, from a question by my colleague Jeanette, is probably a character trait of people from Kiambu of being straightforward, saying it as it is, and we are at times misconstrued to be arrogant. But that's just the way we are, Honorable Speaker, those of us who come from Kiambu.
So is that what you said, Leader, the burial of the mother of the Speaker?
Honorable Speaker, CS, my question on the big tech companies is how they're exploiting, and in fact, that article spoke of the work that is usually done by students, housewives, and groups of people who are in a weak position. So what I wanted to hear from you is what policy proposals would you be having to ensure, one, that the big tech companies first conform to our labor laws. Two, they are not exploiting these people because they're in a weak position. Because what they are doing is taking advantage of our students because they can be paid $2. $2 translates to about 300 shillings an hour. But in the US, nobody will be paid $2 for whatever mundane task you are given. So I'd want to hear what policy proposals you'd bring into the ministry to ensure that we enforce our labor laws with the big tech companies, as much as we're in a third world and developing country, but also big tech companies are not taking advantage of our resource, because these young people who are tech savvy are a resource to this country and to the world, and therefore they ought to be compensated properly. That's the bit CS, I think you did get the question.
He's a CS nominee. He's not
CS
a
nominee.
CS yet.
Yes, it's a good prayer, Mr. Speaker. You will realize, Mheshimiwa Ishongwa, that it's not only affecting Kenyans on outside jobs. Even the local content creators, like in music, that put their stuff on YouTube, they rarely get value for their content. So I should be able to bring into Parliament a bill that should be able to regulate how much money content creators are paid, just like the coffee industry. There are brokers in this business of digital economy who take advantage. You'll be surprised that probably a job like that is paid for $200 and only $20 or $10 that get to this. So we should be able to do that through some regulation and some law. And knowing how vibrant our young people are, they would be happy, especially the Gen Zs. We can redirect their energy into using that energy productively to make money in the digital economy. So I should be at the forefront in terms of bringing laws or amendments to our laws so that our labor laws are applicable. But again, challenges of enforcement is something we would need to worry about how to enforce, because the employing agency is an American agency, is a British agency. How do we apply it online here? So, and those are things that the technical people in the ministry should be able to advise.
Pausing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, our Speaker. Honorable Kabogo, people listening to you and watching you, particularly from rural areas, are worried. They have given me their messages. And they're saying, how much does Honorable Kabogo know this country? How much does he travel out of Kiambu, out of Nairobi? How much? Like, for example, do you know anywhere, like in Pokot, any location in Pokot? As an example, Honorable Kabogo. Why? Because of the Minister for ICT now is actually about the rural areas in terms of communication, you know, in terms of telephone communication and so on and so forth, which actually lacks in this country, Honorable Kabogo, and particularly pastoral areas, conflict areas, where if we had this communication, maybe it would have helped us to reduce these conflicts. And therefore, they're asking me to ask you and tell them, how much have you traveled out of Kiambu? Number two, what are you going to do should Parliament approve you and the President appoints you? What are you going to do with the Universal Service Fund? You know that sits in CAK. And that fund is supposed now to do what I'm telling you, making our country reachable in terms of telecommunication. But it's not being used to the best of... There are many Kenyans who cannot call Nairobi now. So Honorable Kabogo, how much have you traveled out of Kiambu?
Hold, Coach. Just not Honorable Kabogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kabogo, our cyberspace has become extremely robust. And I have a totally different view. Many people will probably vilify the young people out there who have different arguments and are doing all sorts of things in that space. But in this very same seat that you are, 4 months ago, I asked the then nominee, who is now out, what she will do, particularly with the space of the many young people, enterprising young people, whose source of employment will have otherwise been in that space. I give you an example. Mulot, for instance, is a small town, but extremely robust in terms of business. That is particularly coming from the cyberspace. So many young people, but many of it borders on criminality. And I posed a question at that time to the CS nominee that what will she do differently to make sure that you can harness the young people there and have a resource in them. She promised that she was actually going to look into it. She was going to probably even build an institute and tap on the knowledge of these young people and onboard them into genuine business and transactions online. Of course, she didn't do it. I really want to peg my hope, assuming that you are approved, and I really want to hear your thoughts. What are your plans to these many young people out there? You look at the communication there on the internet, and you can see frustration. And many people are educated. Can we tap this otherwise unuseful communication on the internet and make a resource out of it, make those people earn their income from that space, and in a way, we will get rid of the negative communication that we have in the cyberspace. What are your thoughts, Honorable Kabogo?
Naisula, take the next Honorable Kabogo.
Thank you, Chairman. And one of my questions was raised by Honorable Kosing on the issue of ensuring that every part of the country, Kenyans can access telecommunication services as a basic right or need. My question is on the issue of data protection. There's been a conversation in the country about how people are accessing individuals' data. When you talk about people who are to be arrested or to be found and their data is accessible, through the telecommunication providers. It cuts the same way. Members of parliament here also, their data is plastered all over, and they get kusalimiwa. I would like to get your views on data protection of individuals in the country for everybody, because it's a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways for everybody, and how you're going to ensure that individual data is actually protected. And then the last question is that many Kenyans have suffered financial losses from SIM swap fraud and other electronic money-related scams. If approved, what strategies will the ministry adopt to address, mitigate, and prevent SIM swap fraud and ensure online safety for all consumers?
Yes, can you answer those?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't remember the name.
Honorable Posing.
Posing, yes.
I thought all members introduced themselves.
Kabogo, Mr. Speaker, Kabogo is very widely traveled in Kenya. I know every corner of Kenya. I remember holding a harambe in his constituency with one of the ex-former ministers. So I have traveled. At some point when I was younger, Mr. Speaker, I would fly all over the country, so I am conversant with Kenya. And be assured that if I'm confirmed, this digital divide will be a thing of the past. As you have said, USF funds are there available, probably to a tune of $150 115 million if my research, 115 billion if my research is correct. And we should be able, if you look at the master plan of the ICT department, is to connect Kenya. And I want to be the minister, Mr. Speaker, if confirmed, who connected Kenya 100%. Mr. Speaker, you realize that from TIMS, Kenya government owns 20% of the internet in that cable. And you will find only 2% of that is tapped and utilized by Kenyans and more so government departments. So I should be the one who will make sure that that 20% is spread in the whole republic. And for cases where security is a threat, we have satellite services like what Starlink is doing now. So government should be able to have a discussion with satellite internet providers so that the entire republic is connected. I'm cognizant of the fact that there's a plan to put 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to connect the country, but also cognizant of the fact that most of those cables are not lit. So if I'm confirmed and going to the minister, I should be able to make sure that the cables that have been put so far are lit, and Kenyans can enjoy internet services in the entire republic. Cyberspace from Honorable Koech, and what we will do to make sure that we harness the energy of the young men. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to be that minister that engaged the Gen Zs and made sure that their energy was converted, and they will be so engaged such that they will be able to make money, business in the digital platform. And Mr. Speaker, when I was in Kiambu, I did see the plight of the young and how poor the young men and women were, and they had gone to school. We had pushed them through school, and we told them, you study and you will get a job. But there were no jobs after university. And I really got surprised at some point where graduates and doctors were very happy about kazi mtaani. And that's a very sad story for a graduate to go to kazi mtaani. So I started a biashara fund where we set aside 300 million shillings for small loans to young boys and girls, and mostly women, disadvantaged communities in society. And we entered into a contract with the bank so that the bank will do the core business of lending, but use our money at an agreed interest rate. So I want to be the one that will persuade government that we can put resources aside and do these startup hubs where young men and women will be able to employ themselves. This is besides, Mr. Speaker, the 1,450 ward hubs that the president has initiated. I have a feeling that every one of those ward hubs would bring forth about 10, so that the young men and women can get access to affordable loans. You realize that today the non-collateralized loans in Kenya are charging interest of up to 20–25%. And really there is no business a young man would do and be able to pay interest of 20%. So if we can get non-collateralized loans by government, or a collaboration between government and, for example, KCB, loans will be given to these young men, and it's startup loans. And what we did in Kiambu, we gave loans through LPO loaning, so that you don't give them cash. So that if it's computers, they would get computers, and they would get routers and all these things that you need in a digital hub. And then they would use the digital hubs for a period of 2 years, for example, during which they should be able to get money and support themselves. So that's one of the things that we could initiate. Data protection, I think, from the Honorable Lesuda. You know, I understand the concern of data being harvested. And if you listen on social media, you will see people attacking that Safaricom has released people's numbers, and then they are being given to Kenya Revenue Authority. I say from the front that if that happens, it is illegal because we have laws that protect data. I am told, and I want to reliably believe, that only a security threat would cause sharing of data. But I would want to be the one that makes sure that private and personal data is protected by government if I were to be nominated. It is a serious threat to persons, it is a serious threat to families, and I would want to make sure that, again, dialogue between parties, discussions online and offline and in places like Parliament, opening public portals to discuss data security, data protection, etc. would help so that we create a modus operandi sort of on what we say and what we, because some of these things may just be not true. I do not want to say it's not true, but it may be so.
I think, Honorable Kabogo, I think it's better to correct you on the issues like, it's not really the phone companies that have, like Safaricom, that are guilty of giving out people's data. It's usually those companies that ask for your details to get bonga points or so many points when you go shopping. Those are the ones who have your data, and that's where the fault has actually been, not the official service providers.
Correct, I'm corrected, but that too happens.
Yeah.
But I also want to say that when you go to Carrefour and buy something online and it's delivered to you, the next thing you see is a message from Carrefour asking you whether you will be buying the same things again, meaning that the number you used to pay, your M-Pesa number, has been harvested from the mall and it is being used. So we should be able to regulate that by legislation, and I'm sure it is doable. Again, remember the extent of use of the social media platforms. We have the most expert young men in hacking. So hacking is also an issue where people just hack into places like Carrefour and be able to see who is shopping what and how much capacity they have. So it's an entire complex industry, but Kenyans are innovative and we have the capacity to deal with those problems.
Thank you. Mary Emase.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the nominee. This country's been battling with a lot of gender-based violence, femicide, and many others. And I want to take you to 2011. In 2011, a young university woman with a beautiful and a promising life, Miss Mercy Keino, was found dead in unclear circumstances, just like many of them that we lose through femicide. And that was after being invited to a party where it is alleged you were the host. That tragic incident left so many Kenyans, so many questions in Kenyans' minds, and still remains in the memory of many Kenyans. Kindly expound on this and explain whether you are fit to hold office in light of these allegations. Thank you.
Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kabogo, you've been a governor. But I think you know the docket you're going into is the ICT and communication. And the Kenya Kwanza government needs more communication out there than anything else. I believe you know about holography. If you do, please, you will tell us how you would want to deploy it, even if the president cannot make it into one area to communicate, or a minister. They do not have to go in 2-3 places. It can be done through holography. Would you explore that idea? Today, I don't know if you're aware of the Kenya National artificial intelligence strategy paper 2025-2030 has been released. A draft has been released. I don't know if you're aware of that. If you're not, what you will find, would you then want to change what has already been circulated as a draft, or how will you enrich it? You have said you will get bored very easily. That's why you left the job you were doing. I hope the job you're now looking for, the right now, which we are vetting you for, you won't get bored so fastly. The last one is regarding KBC and Communications Authority and Helios. And? Helios, the one which was buying telecom. Helio, I'm corrected. If I don't know how you have communicated with CAK, there is a debt which CAK has got of KBC, which has not paid about 6 billion shillings. How are you going to tackle that? And how are you going to tackle the retirees of KBC who are not getting their pensions and the lump sums from the year 2021? Thank you, Chair.
Ferdinand.
Chairman.
May I switch on off your mic?
I think traveling around and interacting with the people from this region, the East African countries actually are looking at Kenya as a more developed, because I've been to Tanzania, Uganda, and even Southern Sudan. And I've realized that the whole Kenya to be more developed in terms of the ICT facilitation. And I just want to see, because they can, instead of people traveling, what have you, how are you going to improve? How are you going to coordinate this infrastructure with the other countries? If we met you, the Minister for Communication. Secondly, I think what we are seeing around is a lot of indiscipline among our youths. And you are trying to explain, but the youths needs a program, a specific program to be able to discipline them going forward. If we leave them the way they are, this country is going to be thrown to the dogs. So what programs will you come with? Being, of course, you are saying you know this discipline. What are you going to come up with a program to be able to discipline our children so that going forward, there's discipline in the area, particularly in your country? Thank you.
Last on this batch, Murugara.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, just put a star against KBC because we are not very good at keeping our national heritage. I mean, the successor in title, KBC, took over from VOK. And VOK was quite developed those days when we used to have it as our main station. Today it's a pale shandal. And we are worried that other entities in other countries, which are possibly national broadcasting corporations, like BBC, South African Broadcasting Corporation, have been able to peak, but KBC is going down. What measures are you going to put in place to transform KBC so that from your tenure, the time you take it up, if you're approved, we now start seeing KBC coming up to a point that it will become a competitor of BBC, South African Broadcasting Corporation, Voice of America, and everybody else. Secondly, a while ago, a very noble idea was introduced, which was to digitally register Kenyans through a number called Huduma number. We were given a very good story of what it was going to be, that you will get your number for those who are being born from birth, and you would carry it to the grave, such that it would not be replicated, and we would always be able to tell who that person is. That was from the office of the president, but principally it should have been from the Minister of ICT. Is it a good idea to have Kenyans registered under one card, under one number, like the Huduma number, which is going to be your everything. And if it is in your favor, how would you protect that under the Data Protection Act? Thank you.
Nominee, you can answer those 4.
Mr. Speaker, the first one was from
Honorable
Mary.
Yes.
Is that so? Mr. Speaker, the issue of 2011 of Mercy Kaino, a very tragic story, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member has said it is alleged that I had invited people to a party. Mr. Speaker, that is not true. This is just a situation where you find yourself at a place at the wrong time. It was a public place, a restaurant, and there were several groups of people in that place, Mr. Speaker. And the issue of the death of Mercy Kaino came to me 2 weeks after she had been buried. And even if I had met her the following day after that hotel or restaurant, I would never have noticed her. It is a sad story. A Kenyan life was lost, but I sincerely and truly had nothing to do with it. Suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, an inquiry, I think it was inquiry 22 of, I think 2012, was done at Milimani Magistrates Court. And all persons of interest.
An inquiry or an inquest?
An inquest, sorry.
Yes.
I am not a lawyer like yourself, Mr. Speaker, so some of these terms.
The two are different.
Yes. So it was done, and it took about a year and a half, and all persons of interest were invited, even those that had not been there.
Including yourself?
Including myself. I was governor, but I managed to be able to sit in there for 6 days. Cross-examination, examination in chief, etc. And I was exonerated by the judgment of that court, a court that made a finding that the late Mercy Kaino was a victim of a hit and run by a truck. And that matter rests there. It is a sad story. There were videos played of the scene in the restaurant. And when I was speaking to the father of Mercy Kaino at the inquest, I was urging him really not to watch those videos, because they were videos that were not very nice for a parent. I sympathize with the family of Mercy Kaino. May her soul rest in peace. But I am certain that as a child, and a God-fearing child, I believe that one day the truck driver or whoever it is that was in the truck that killed Mercy Kaino will be able to come out and say, unfortunately, I kept quiet, but I did it. And I hope that day will come. I have a copy of the inquiry report with me if anyone would be interested to have a look at. It's a public document. Honorable Dawood, I am not aware of the 2025 bill, but he asked me what I would do if it's there, whether I would reverse. I would have to probably study it closely with the technocrats in the ministry and understand what has informed the bill, what it wants to cure, and look at it with those that are technocrats in different divisions in the ministry to make sure that we bring to law a useful legislature that will help. I'm not sure whether I understood your
It's a strategy draft, not a bill.
Right, so I'm well advised. So that's what we will do. Look at it and go through it with those that have proposed that draft. Holography it's a welcome idea. It's of today's world, and that's what is happening. So it's something we could embrace. But again, with AI, we have to be careful about what is disseminated, because through AI, many things are happening today. I was asked to KBC, the Horace loan, and what we would do with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation as an icon, a historical sort of thing for Kenya from VOK. In my mind, Mr. Speaker, KBC needs a total overhaul. It needs to be reassessed, how it's operating, so that if you look at BBC and other, Al Jazeera and others, they have a contribution from state that funds public broadcasting, so that KBC may have a wing of public broadcasting and the commercial division that takes care of its commercial entity. I've talked to a couple of people and they say KBC has got a lot of land. They could sell their land and revamp KBC financially. From the school of thought, Mr. Speaker, when you sell the first parcel and sort out the employees' emoluments and pension and statutory deductions that have not been paid, and probably buy a few cameras and things like that, they go back to the same hole a year later, they will pick the next plots and sell until the 8th one is sold and they have no plot to sell. We should be able to go in and reassess the viability of KBC as it stands. I have come across during briefing something that says they want to borrow from, I think it's Spain, a tune of 12 billion to revamp KBC by buying new equipment, broadcasting equipment, etc., etc. And that, to me, sounded very worrying. Because you will look at other broadcasting stations like, for lack of a better example, like Citizen. And if you assess the sort of money they have used to make their broadcasting stations what it is, 12 billion is completely exaggerated. I should be able to go in there, send out a team to the world online, and find out what sort of equipment KBC requires and how it needs to be brought back into a world-class broadcasting station. If you put your TV on this evening, Mr. Speaker, and you put KBC, and there are young men and women in that house, you will almost get a bashing. What are you doing in that station? I want to be the one who sorts KBC. If you put it in your house, people will want to watch because it's got the right content in terms of broadcasting, entertainment, and things like that. You'll find a radio station from KBC. If you drive up the mountains, any part of Kenya, you will keep losing the wave because they say the equipments are obsolete. There is also a situation in the world that is happening now, Mr. Speaker, where you don't have to buy equipment. You can lease equipment. And the lessor of equipment is responsible for managing and keeping the equipment running. And if it fails, they bring in new equipment. That may be cheaper. Because if you buy equipment today and they say the life of equipment is about 5 years, so does it mean KBC should spend another 12 billion shillings in reorganizing KBC? I believe it can be a world-class broadcasting station with support from government for public broadcasting in public interest. But the other division that is commercial should be able to sustain itself. That is something that I think we can do fairly quickly as a quick win. You talk of a debt. As I was receiving briefs, Mr. Speaker, there is debt to Telecom, debt from so-and-so, debt owed to CA. There's so much cross-debt in government sagas that some people say we will not pay because we are owed. You find a place like Telecom, when it comes to paying, they say it will affect public in this way or the other. But when it comes to their own dues of paying, they say they are private. So these are some of the things that we need to be able to deal with so that Caesar is given what is Caesar's. There's a lot of money out there owned across these agencies. And probably we need also to find whether we can legislate on how debt across government agencies can be controlled, like in any business. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about debt owed from one agency to another. Through this ministry, if I'm confirmed, Mr. Speaker, we should be able to digitize entire government business so that information is available. Even the issue that is very dear to the public in general in terms of pending bills is a very big issue in the country on pending bills. And you realize, Mr. Speaker, that Kenyans don't look at pending bills as a very serious concern, because in my mind, pending bills, Mr. Speaker, is money borrowed from public. When a governor takes roads and gives contract of roads to Kenyans, for example, and he has not budgeted how those roads will be paid, a commitment is done, and a Kenyan entrepreneur will put in their money and do the roads and never get paid. So there's a lot of borrowing. You will find this to the tune, I think, of 150 billion owed to Kenyans by government agencies. So this is something that we need to deal with as a country. But if we have a system like what I would want to propose, if we have a system that captures procurement and payments, at the same time, the controller of budget will be able to see in real time and to stop some of these things. But because we wait for a year or 18 months until the audit reports come to the House for people to be invited here for questions, we should be able to digitize government business so that information is available to everyone and sundry for action to be taken to stop some of these things. So I imagine at some point in 2 years, Mr. Speaker, if I'm confirmed, the Speaker of the National Assembly should be able to see exactly what the MPs are doing wherever it is they are on legislative business. The President of the Republic from one dashboard should be able to see what is happening in development programs in Kenya. As we did in Kiambu, I could tell that from my office, what is happening in every ministry, 10 ministries in Kiambu, and would make decisions on time. There would be a management information system that gives an amber light when you open your document, and it tells you here something is about to go wrong. Red means it's chaotic, everything is bad. And information available in real time should be able to take us to the next frontier.
Yes, Owen.
Ferdinand.
Oh, yeah.
Did I answer?
No, you didn't touch on Ferdinand's question.
Ferdinand is East African. First and foremost, it is said Kenya is the Silicon Savannah of Africa. It is top #1 in Africa in terms of ICT and digital economy. But that does not put us in the first world. So it's a lot that needs to be done in terms of fast connectivity, so that we have high-speed internet in the whole country, ICT skills in terms of equipping the young with skills to be able to use these platforms. But again, our landlocked country neighbors should be able to use our infrastructure to get internet to Uganda, to Rwanda, and those other places. If only the bureaucracy between governments is sorted, so that we can take advantage of the position that we occupy in terms of ICT and digital economy in Africa. So we stand quite up there, but that we could take advantage.
Owen Bayer. Huduma number, yes. What happened to Huduma number?
Yes. One thing, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of skepticism in the public about their information. Always people thinking government wants their information to give to KRA, government wants their information to do this. And we have to continue engaging ourselves as a public on why isn't it necessary to have information of Kenyan people in one database. For as long as that information is safe in the hands of government, it is important that government from one, if you walk into Dubai now and you give in your passport, if you've ever been there before, anything, they have got your stuff there. If you are exiting Dubai, they tell you to look at the screen and you're taken your identity. The time you're kicked out of Dubai, you will never go back to Dubai again because your information is right there. So I think myself it's a myth that we need to deal with in terms of educating ourselves and having this open dialogue that government is not always bad. Because, you know, that is a sort of general feeling I have now. But it's working, it's something we can work on. So I believe it's important for any state to be able to know its citizenry, right from birth all the way to the death certificate. So I have nothing against Huduma number myself, but we need to go in there and find out, are there other things that are being done that look like Huduma number? Because every other time this is changing, that is changing. I believe we can have one document that suffices for all services. And avoid spending public money on some of these things.
Owen Bayer.
Thank you. This is the fourth time
Take
you're calling
the next
my question.
round.
The fourth time you're calling my question now.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee this question that touches on collective responsibility as a binding note for Cabinet. You're aware recent events have shown that a CS could actually call a press conference to complain about and seek questions for government he serves in based on a personal issue or personal matter. And if you are given an opportunity, Honorable Kabogo, how would you handle this issue of collective responsibility? And that would you have the discipline to really stay in government and say this collective responsibility, or will you just, as a politician, you know you're a politician, go the political way and seek public sympathy, or would you handle it differently? Secondly, Honorable Speaker, our question on expired data. You know, when you buy data, you don't use it, it expires. And I see on my phone a lot of data that I can't use. You know, a lot of it I can't use because it's expired, but it is there. But when it comes to consumer protection, why would I be forced to use data when I don't want to use it? It's my property, I bought it. Why would a telco want really to control how I use it? And how are you going to bring in policy and regulations on the same to ensure that Kenyans are not robbed by telcos in terms of expired data? I think there are millions of expired data out there. And Kenya are suffering. They have it, they can't use it because somebody decided they can't use it. You know, and lastly, Konza Metropolis was a great idea. We see it when we pass going to Mombasa and we see the development that is there. But the idea behind the Konza Metropolis is that we're going to have cutting-edge technology coming out of it. Cutting-edge technology, that we are Silicon Savannah. And that was the base for the Silicon Savannah, that we would see a lot of things, apps and all that coming out. But what we see a lot is buildings. We see they come out to install internet, simple things that would have been done from Nairobi. But we have a whole lot of a metropolis, and we would like to see it work. If appointed as a Cabinet Secretary for ICT, what would you do different to ensure that the Silicon Savannah that President Kibaki envisaged then and the Konza Metropolis would come to fruition as soonest for Kenyans, for the many young people who are looking for jobs and getting disturbed on the internet and, you know, on phone? They would be there producing high-end technology, but now they're not there because we haven't actualized what President Kibaki wanted us to have. I thank you.
Robert Bui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, you know, recently we had an international company that was also taking advantage, like these other big techs, and mining, data mining. You know, we found queues at KICC of young people lining up to have their irises, I think, you know, copied. And it took the intervention of the National Assembly, actually, to stop that. So what will you do to ensure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again? Now, there's also the issue of pending bills that are owed to media houses by the government, and of course that has led to some of these media houses closing, and journalists being owed a lot of money. What will you do to ensure that they are back in business? And finally, what do you want to tell those young Kenyans on social media, because this ministry is responsible for social media, and who are actually out there saying that they believe this position should have been given to a very young techno-savvy youth in furtherance of the Article 10 of the Constitution, which is principles of good governance. Thank you, Speaker.
Let's take one more. In fact, two more. Mule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kabogo, if you are approved by this House, and I heard you speak about Starlink, owned by the billionaire Enoch Marx from the US. What will you do to make sure that you protect the investment done by Kenyan companies like Safaricom, Telecom, and any other investment which has been done in the country to make sure that Starlink does not come here and kill Safaricom overnight? You know the number of people working for Safaricom. The revenue collected by government from Safaricom is the highest. If we allow this under your watch, I think the Gen Zs will not let you smile. So we want to hear your views on that, because it's a connectivity issue and investment by Kenyan taxpayers' money in this country, and you must protect it. We need to hear that. Secondly, Vision 2030, which has emphasized a lot on development on knowledge-based economy, highlighting the importance of ICT in this country through education to enhance productivity and efficiency, is key. And you are getting into this ministry whereby we have only 5 years to actualize the Vision 2030. That's 5 years to go. And we still have the Concert City, which is supposed to, and it was one of the flagship of this, to make sure that digitization and ICT integration in the schools is well implemented. What will you do in the ministry to fast track this and probably leave a clear legacy to make sure that the vision for Honorable the late Mwai Kibaki of Vision 2030 is achieved?
Thank you. Raso, I'll jump you to Sharia. He says he wants to ask a question and shortly leave for a meeting. Sharia? You are going together?
They are fasting.
No, it had nothing to do with religion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mheshimiwa Kabogo, there was a recent public notice issued by the Communication Authority on tax compliance for mobile devices in Kenya, which has raised concerns among consumers and stakeholders regarding its implementation. To your knowledge, what is the intention of this notice and its relation to the government agenda on telecommunication security?
Thank you. So, Raso, if you are going together, then I'll give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, he seems not to have gotten the question. He wants me to repeat it, is it? Okay.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a recent public notice issued by the Communication Authority on tax compliance for mobile devices in Kenya, which had raised concerns among consumers and stakeholders. To your knowledge, what is the intention of this notice and its relation to government agenda and telecommunication security? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Raso. Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I walked in late. My name is Dido Raso, MP for Saku. Honorable Kabogo, if the House approves your nomination, your ministry will be mouthful: information, communication, and the digital economy. The world has moved there. Actually, you will be sitting at the center of the world. The problem in Kenya today is about cyber security, about cyber bullying, and cyber attacks, and cyber crime. Currently, we have 20,000 services on e-citizen. If those, if those sites actually are attacked, it means Kenya will be closed for a minute, for a day, even for a month. If you'll be given this position, there's the balance between securing Kenya, but also opening the digital economy for business. How have you placed yourself that Kenya runs, but at the same time, Kenya is secure? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can respond to those four.
Thank you, Mr.
Those
Speaker.
five, actually. Yes.
The first one was from, I think, Honorable Bayer.
Owen Bayer.
About collective responsibility. That is the issue, the whole world, where collective responsibility is supposed to be. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. And you talked about a recent situation where a minister of government came out and broadcasted dissent or his dissatisfaction on the issue of abductions. And I simply, from where I sit, and you said I'm a politician, I'm more a leader than a politician, because the politician thinks about the next election and the leader thinks about the next generation. So I belong to that other side. But from where I sit, that was very irresponsible of the Honorable J.B. Muturi, if I may say so, Speaker, without saying more. If I was, or I were, on his position, or in his position, I would have taken my dissent to the appointing authority. And if I was afraid of facing the appointing authority, I would go to cabinet and air it there. And if I'm not satisfied, tender my resignation. I resign because I don't believe in what the government is doing in terms of abductions. But politicians, that's what they do. I hope I have answered you. Then there was a question of expired data. Mr. Speaker, I personally have been a victim of buying data. And the next week or so, I was told my data had expired. And if you go to my Twitter handle, I did express my concerns to Safaricom. And I said we should stop now using Safaricom. At that point in time, that was my belief. And I explained that you cannot go to a shop, Mr. Speaker, and buy sugar, and then come to my house and tell me how not to use or how to use that sugar. And I think I want to inform the member, since then, I really had a back and forth with Safaricom. Now they give you an option of buying, I'm not speaking for Safaricom, but they have an option of you buying data without expiry or data with expiry. So ujitume, ununue, whatever it is that you feel is good for you. But that is, it was very disappointing for me that day, and I believe for most Kenyans.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Owen.
I mean, I think we need a policy, because if you make expirable data more expensive and data that does not expire cheaper, then what you're doing is you're robbing citizens. So I think we need a policy to stop this daylight theft, because there's something called consumer protection in this country. And I think the Minister of ICT owes this country a duty of care to protect consumers of data, to just have non-expirable data. Thank you.
So Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with the member. And if I'm confirmed, I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
Go ahead, Robert Mbui's question.
Yeah, the other part of Honorable Bayer's question was on the Konza city.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you realize that this was a dream 16 years ago. And things were different 16 years ago. And from where I sit, if I'm confirmed and going, we shall put the issue of Konza City on the table and reevaluate whether the original dream still stands and what it is we need to do with the very huge investments that have been put in Konza. And as a businessman, I have asked myself time and again, why haven't I ever thought of going to Konza and invest there as an astute Kenyan businessman? And in my mind, Mr. Speaker, is that there is nothing attractive from the businessman point of view, because I've seen others come up in Dubai. I have invested there. I've seen others in other places of the world. So really, Mr. Speaker, we need to reevaluate the concept of Konza City. A lot of money has been put in Konza on infrastructure. Phase 1, almost 95% complete. But my question is, what is it we need to do to make Kenyans themselves and foreign investors be attracted to investing in Konza? You know, Nairobi is competing with Konza. So we must have an incentive scheme that sends people and international investors into Konza, like tax holiday, duty-free status, land available at almost zero rate, so that they can put huge investments, is to create the demand and the need of people to invest in Konza. And that would be a game changer. And there's something in the world that is happening now called tokenizing. We can raise money from public and from investors and buy tokens for Konza so that it can build itself. But always when it's a government project, people tend to want to go slow on again, bureaucracy, again, the way decisions are made. I have had a little bit of a briefing on Konza, and there are many things that we will put on the table and see whether we still have to do business that way. I'm told Konza City is building hubs. The 1450, or the first 100 hectare, which is the authority responsible with connectivity, will do internet. Konza will do the structure, and hectare will connect, from what I understand, and then probably give an ISP to run. Is it really the right thing to do for Konza, to build these hubs or concentrate on the core mandate of Konza? This is questions I will need to ask until I'm convinced that that is the way to do this business. So there's a lot that will be on the table of the ICT minister in as far as Konza City is concerned. Because 16 years ago, it was a great idea to have Konza as one smart city. But today, you would see that we need to devolve and have smart cities almost in every county. And that's the way the world is going today. Why don't we have the Elon Musks of this world investing in Konza City? Do we risk losing the total amount of money that has been invested in Konza? Then there is land being given. For how long has this land being given has been going on? What is the criteria? Are these people going to invest, or they are people who speculate? These are things that the ministry needs to look into and reorganize Konza the year today and not 16 years ago. That's from an outsider's point of view. Data mining. This is something that I'm not sure who asked, but this is something that
you're not sure? You're not paying attention?
Sure. Second?
You are not sure who asked?
I'm not sure. I didn't get the name. That's why I'm saying.
Robert Mui.
I know it is a member sitting just there. So sorry, I did not get your name. But be that as it may be.
Does that tell a story about you? All these members introduce themselves to you.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes you do not hear the pronunciation of the name, so I do not want to take the risk of calling someone in a name that is not their name.
And the name tags are also there.
Unfortunately,
He is Honorable Robert Mbui. Go ahead and answer
I
his
am
question.
physically challenged from seeing far. Honorable Mbui, you will excuse me, but data mining, as I had said earlier, it is something that needs to be checked. It needs to be regulated. What sort of data is going into whose hands? You did give an example of a company that was collecting, I think, data from Kenyans, and they were paying. So government should be able to regulate who is it that is collecting data from Kenyans. And I think that's not a big deal to do. We should be able to quickly.
In fact, should we allow any foreigner to come and mine our data?
In my mind, we should not unless it is done through a government agency. And for what reason, Mr. Speaker, we would want to give data of Kenyans to foreigners? For me, that is a straight no. But you find that Kenyans are very enterprising, Mr. Speaker. When the rumor was that you get 10,000 shillings after you register, sometimes Kenyans don't give a damn of some of those things as long as there is some enterprise happening. So we should be able to engage people and them understand that it is wrong for them to give data to anyone. So I want to tell Kenyans to be careful on who you allow to take information from yourself. But if we have rules and regulations on how this thing is done, it can be controlled. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's Honorable Mule. I got...
Yes, Robert?
You haven't finished my questions on pending bills and what Kenyans on social media are saying about this docket.
I didn't get the question on pending bills, what it was.
Yeah, it was about pending bills that the government owes to media houses that have led to some of them collapsing and journalists not being paid so much money. So what will you do when you get into office? And the other one was what Kenyans are saying on social media. They're saying that this docket should have been given to a young, techno-savvy youth in furtherance of Article 10 of the Constitution. So what do you have to say about that?
Let me deal with the first one because it's fairly easy. The issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, I had addressed the issue of pending bills to Kenyans, not now media owners. Kenyans themselves who've built roads, who've built hospitals, and their money is held by government. I'm saying we must have a way of controlling pending bills. And if we digitize government procurement, media houses procurement, no one will go and spend money they cannot pay. And I gave an example of a governor who walks into office, like I left office, somebody else walked in, and quickly they want to commit money for roads, for either one reason to build roads or another reason. And Kenyans quickly run and put their money into those programs or projects and to wait for many years not to be paid. There must be a way we can legislate on the issue of committing funds that you do not have. But if I am confirmed.
Well, there is already a legislation. The PFM Act says it's a criminal offense to procure goods or services in a public entity without an attendant budget.
I am guided, Mr. Speaker, but you will see pending bills of some counties. For example, not even media houses. A county has a pending bill list of 7 billion, but their budget for development for 1 year is 1.1 billion. So really out there are many criminals that need to be brought to book. Very many criminals, including government itself. When you procure services of a media house and you do not pay, again, it touches on the same thing, procurement. And you will understand, Mr. Speaker, that there used to be something called e-procurement, which doesn't work. I am sure it doesn't work for a reason, Because if procurement works and IFMIS works, and the controller of budget is in between, you would never be able to commit money to projects for as long as those systems are working. So again, the laws are made here. Sometimes they are not enforced, like you're talking of the misuse of computer and cyberbullying and all those things. The law is there. It's just the enforcement. Suffice to say, there is now a new app.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to clarify that some of the pending bills, the Honorable Nominee, it's not necessarily that there was no budget that was there. There was budget and government procured the services, but there was no exchequer when the service was done. There was no money. You know, government, a budget is a document of intent. So they go and collect money. If they don't collect enough money, then they have no money to pay. That is the way it is most of the time. And if you can deal with the pending bill in your ministry in the manner that you understand, the better for the government.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to school my friend, Honorable Junet, a little bit on the issue of pending bills, is that the money was not there then. But if you look at it aggregately, the total is that if you have closed your books of the year and you have 7 billion as pending bills, and the following year it turns to 9, it means there was no money for that particular project. Otherwise, if it was, you should be able to clear your bills in the successive year. But how you can accumulate 7 billion as your pending bills, even if there was no money exchequer then, it means there was a 6-point-something billion that you spent that you should not have spent.
Mr. Speaker, let me ask the nominee this question then. The pending bills, for example, for roads, is 700 billion shillings at the national level now. So does that mean that all that procurement was done without a budget?
The simple answer, Mheshimiwa, is as the Speaker says, the PMF Act stipulates how you spend government money.
Speaker.
So, Dawood, what is it? Can he respond to that first?
Yeah, it's regarding the pending bills he's speaking about. I want to ask him, because he was the governor of Kiambu, when he left, what amount of pending bill did he leave behind for his successor?
Mr. Speaker, that is an easier one. It was about 300 million, and these were projects running between my the second last year of the term, and we would have been able to pay those pending bills in the following year. But today, I hear it stands to 6-point-something billion. I would not say why.
Can you respond quickly? We're running out of time. Go to Mule's question.
Mule.
Then Raso, then Ishuria.
To protect Kenya's investors, business, and the Gen Z, sometimes government buries its head in the sand and pretends sometimes not to know exactly what is happening. Mr. Speaker, if I'm confirmed and I go to the minister, we should be able to bring these things to light and discuss openly on the problems that face the country. You also asked me why me and not a Gen Z. Mr. Speaker, this country has room for all of us. Gen Zs, millennials, and yourself and I, Mr. Speaker. So that
you didn't appoint yourself, so
no,
you don't have to belabor that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for
go on and answer the question.
Your guidance.
Yes,
I think I have answered Mr. Mule's questions.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to call for a point of order.
Who is that?
Myself.
Yes, Mule.
Maybe I can repeat my questions to the nominee because he seems to have lost
track of the question. My first question was, earlier you had alluded that you can have a discussion with Starlink. And Starlink, introduction of Starlink in this country will definitely kill Safaricom tomorrow.
Yes.
And therefore, the government will lose the revenue they have been collecting from Safaricom, and also the investment they have done on the fiber cable.
Right.
My question is, how will you protect foreigner investors not to come and kill Kenyan's company on the expense of what they intend to do in the country, despite that there are satellite on the river? There is massive investment of fiber cable in this country. Question number two, we are talking about Vision 2030. The emphasis is that the development of knowledge-based economy, highlighting the emphasis of ICT integration in education to enhance productivity and efficiency within the country. How will you use the office, if approved, to make sure that ICT become a key pillar in education sector in this country, to make sure that we don't have this issue we are facing, whereby we cannot leverage on what comes out of the school and take advantage of the concert city as it was envisaged by the Vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mole, the issue of Starlink that I referred to when I think I was answering Honorable Koichi's question was in as far as we don't have fiber optic and we don't have masts in places like, for lack of a better example, Garissa or one of those places. And masts of aerial masts of Starlink are available. And as we speak now, today, Kenyans are using Starlink. I am told by CA, the regulator, that they are in talks with Starlink on conditions that they've been given to work in Kenya. And I'm sure those conditions will surface in the matter that you raise. It's also important to understand that most of the investors in this field are also foreign, and they are private businesses. As a businessman, where I stand, we should be able to create a fair playing ground and competition for businesses, because again, it will be unfair to protect some modern and innovative ideas from coming into society like Kenya simply because we would want to protect. I'm sure the regulator should be able to find a balance where we do not lock out. I will tell you that from where I sit, I know that Starlink has given a lot of work in Nairobi in terms of connectivity until they do not have the frequency anymore. But Kenyans, as innovative as they are, they're able to go to Meru, buy a Starlink dish and activate it in Meru and bring it back to Nairobi. One is the speeds that Kenyans are talking about, because you will get speeds of up to 200 Mbps on a 2,800 fee, and that is what Kenyans want, value for money. So we should be able to strike a balance on those things. Education, part of it. I'm sure that if I am confirmed, we should be able to set out a curriculum that will be used in TVETs, used in the constituency hubs and in the ward hubs as training centers for Kenyans to acquire the necessary skill as one of the pillars in the master plan for ICT and digital economy, and then use the young innovators, the young Gen Zs and others to be able to start their own small hubs where every corner of the country a Gen Z will be involved in digital enterprise for their own good. So that's my take. There was a question from Shuria about the CA tax compliance. I'm not sure exactly what that was, if I can get, yeah? I'm not sure exactly, Speaker, how.
He is left. Go to the next by
Yes, there was
Russell.
a question by, I think, Mheshimiwa from SACCO. Problem of cyberbullying and attacks, especially the threat on the 20,000 services on e-citizen. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is the issue of control and regulations of what, so that we can create firewalls and things like that that stop interference and hacking of government services. And it has happened in the first world, and we should be able to do that ourselves here in Kenya. So we should be on the forefront in making sure that these services are free from interference from hackers, attackers, and bullies.
Rahab, you'll pass. Mishi?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, much of the vital questions have already been asked, but I'll just ask a few of them. My first question is on the internet outage by service providers, which often disrupt businesses, education, and access to critical services, leading to significant consumer losses. If approved, what policies or regulations will you implement to ensure internet service provider compensate users for prolonged outages? Furthermore, how will your ministry enforce service level agreements to guarantee reliability and accountability from providers? My second question, our constitution envisage right to information, and as Parliamentary Service Commission, being one of the commissioners, we have a dream of ensuring that Kenyans can follow live proceeding in our parliament, both the houses, that both in the chamber and also in our committee meeting. We have tried, but we have limited resources. Do you think there is a room for collaboration between your ministry and Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure that we actualize this dream? And my last question is to appreciate and consider the recent completion of the Mombasa to Malaba fiber project aimed at enhancing connectivity. My question will be, what specific programs are you going to put in place to ensure that the local communities can benefit, and in particular the youth within those counties where we have that project of Mombasa Malaba fiber project, to ensure at least we have like digital literacy and access on online opportunities? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, nominee.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of internet outage, again, this is a big problem in the country, and every time you call these providers, they have stories that they are not aware. So we probably may need to do some regulations that and ask every provider to be able to monitor outage. But it's tricky because you will find, Mr. Speaker, we have some providers who have capacity of 1 gig in a certain area, but they have acquired or given internet to double that capacity, meaning every other time half of the places will not be working. And this is something the regulator should be able to take up quickly and make sure that we have consistent, stable internet for business. But you also see that most of the internet services are based on stable power. So if we have unstable Kenya power supply, you will find that sometimes there is outage because of lack of energy from Kenya Power. So it cuts across departments, but we should be able to bring these people together and see what we can do to reduce outage. One of the ways, Mr. Speaker, to do so, if it is a result of power, is to have green energy available, and solar is really not that expensive. A hub can get 4 panels that will keep the hub running for probably 70% of the time when the sun shines. But yes, it's a concern for many. It's also a concern that you will pass some places on mobile network is not working, 3G or 5G. So it's something that I should be able to take up with the regulator and see what it is that the department can do, even in terms of compensating people on the time that they have lost. But knowing businessmen in Kenya as we are, sometimes it's tricky when you start talking of compensations, but it is something that can be looked into. I don't know exactly why PSC or Parliament would not have stable internet when government owns 20% of the internet on the cable. So, Madam Misha, Honorable Misha, if I'm confirmed, I will bring a direct line of internet into the National Assembly. And that should be internet that is almost free. Because if you look at internet as a pipe of water, it is full of water flowing, and it doesn't stop flowing. So if it is not tapped, it means it goes to waste. Again, Mr. Speaker, policy-wise, it's important that we try and classify internet as not only essential, but a vital, essential, and desirable commodity. You will find that water is a utility, power is a utility. I would want to drive the ministry, if I'm confirmed, Mr. Speaker, to classify internet as a vital, essential, and desirable utility, so that the issues of way leave, etc., and the fees that are charged by counties become a thing of the past, so that we can move internet to the whole republic and people enjoy high-speed internet. You will find that even things like hotspots that were put by government, most of them are not working because they were put, internet connected, the switches were put, the extenders were put in place, but there was no sustainability plan. And in my first few days in office, if you confirm me, is to make sure that we have an arrangement with ISPs who have services there and probably have cross-trade with what they pay in fees, and they man those public hotspots so that there is internet every corner of the republic. As the president says, every market should have internet, and that is my belief. I guess,
yes,
Mr. Speaker,
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I just have a few questions for you, Honorable Kabogo, from the members of the public. One person has asked, how will you balance the need for regulation within the digital economy to ensure innovation and competition while protecting consumer rights and preventing monopolistic practices by major tech players? That's one question. The second one is, what plans do you have for scaling up digital literacy skills development in Kenya, particularly in our schools, universities, and local communities, to prepare them for the demands of the digital economy and workspace? And last, how will you address the issue of radio and TV stations, particular vernacular stations, promoting betting and gambling, which has increasingly affected all segments of society, including older generation? What measures will you implement to regulate such content and protect vulnerable populations and curb this negative social impact through caused by excessive gambling?
Good. Those are questions sent in by members of the public.
Thank you.
Let's take one more from Naisula.
This is a direct
And Mary?
question. If approved for appointment, what 5 key deliverables can the youth of Kenya expect to see from your office in the short and medium term?
Mary Masse, you have a question from member of the public?
Yes, from the member of the public. Is saying, digital services require public trust. How would the CS nominee maintain ethical standards in the use of technology, especially in projects that involve surveillance or data collection? And then the second one is, ICT projects have historically faced challenges related to corruption and mismanagement. What specific measures will the CS nominee implement to ensure transparency and accountability in ICT procurement processes?
Yes, the first one was on the balancing of digital economy regulations and monopoly. As I said earlier, Mheshimiwa Deputy Speaker, we have to balance and create regulations that look on both sides of the device, but bringing all stakeholders together and discussing these issues sometimes is the easier route so that people understand the parameters. Again, we may have laws, but they are not followed. I'm sure even in bullying, CA has come up with an app that helps you report these things, but not many people know about it. So engagement with public and stakeholders would help us come up with regulations on how to control that monopoly. Plans on how to scale digital skills. We have said we develop curriculums on TVETs in secondary schools and all these things, which we will work together with the Ministry of Education to make sure that this very vital tool is available to Kenyans through secondary TVET and even primary schools. And as it is the plan to connect all institutions of learning with high-speed internet, which is again available on the fiber optic cable. That will enhance learning. We can also involve the young that are educated, very many of them in the streets, as ICT ambassadors in constituencies who may be employed by the ministry to run these programs even online, so that it's not confined only to institutions, and that is my thinking. Betting, Mr. Speaker, it is a very serious problem. Where you find, without risking naming radio stations, you will find a young man holds a knife to the mother in the morning and asks for 100 shillings. And if you don't give, nitakuduka. And this is betting. I am sure there must be a way of controlling betting in Kenya. It is a big problem. One may not understand because it looks like 100 shillings in betting, which is neither here nor there. But if you listen to what these radio stations say, they have 1 million people early morning putting 100 shillings and hoping to earn 100,000 shillings. If my mathematics are right, Mr. Speaker, that is 100 million shillings in that first hour of the day on one radio station. And what is paid back in total is about 10 million shillings. So we have people making Kenyans poorer every day, and Kenyans have hope in making 10,000. But they don't understand that 100 million shillings has been collected. So this is a thing that cuts across security, ICT, and the freedom of radio broadcasting, etc., that the government needs to come together and stop. We have governments out there that have stopped gambling completely, at the risk of getting in trouble with these cartels because they are there. We need to do something, and urgently so, to control.
What will you do? You know,
I will call the ministry in charge of security, and this is a security concern. I should be able to move even in cabinet and say, do we think we need to deal with gambling? Because in my view, this is what is happening. It requires a concerted effort of government, Mr. Speaker, my belief. Single-handedly, I will not be able to handle. We have to do this together. Again, talk to members of the public. They have never understood this as a business that helps certain people and not them. They believe that they have a chance of putting in 100 and coming out with 10 million shillings or 10,000 shillings. Also, we could use an approach, Mr. Speaker, where people use token of 100 shillings to buy into government programs like Konza, so that every Kenyan who puts 100 shillings, in a month or so, it has 8% in terms of ownership of 8 shillings from 100, sorry, to 150 over 2 or 3 months, so that instead of getting 10,000 from gambling, you're getting 10% of your investment at the end of the month. And this is happening the world over in terms of tokenization. People invest in shares. So if we can encourage Kenyans to invest in shares of places like Konza City, you will find that they are putting the gambling money into useful savings in the future. But this is also a culture that, Mr. Speaker, has really grown in Kenya. The gambling culture is a menace, just to say the least. Honorable, I should ask for deliverables for the youth. We are saying we want to involve them to come to these cyber cafes, learn, and engage them to take loans of government. I will be proposing a loan fund for the young, the youth, and everyone, ICT loan fund for startups, where we will lend them LPOs to buy computers, to buy routers, and to have rent to pay. This will move the 1450 burden of building a class in a ward, as opposed to building. They will get rentals, get skills from government, a planned curriculum skill for them, and then we will win them out to be on their own and make money on their own, because the digital platform right now, I'm told, is contributing about 10% of our GDP. It should be moving to 50%, because that's where the world is. Again, if we can deal with the exploitations that the Honorable Ichongwa talked about, where people find digital jobs can be done, HBOs in Kenya, very cheaply. If we regulate that and make them get a good share of their contents, you will see content creators right now are crying that music played on radios, etc., that money never gets to them. We should be able to quickly deal with that so that they get a good share of the YouTube runs that their content transparency.
Masses.
Mr. Speaker, in my mind, where I sit, corruption is a problem again, a problem talked about all over. But if the dealings of government are in the open, for example, there is a portal of the Ministry of ICT and the stuff that the ministry is doing, the engagement with public will put fear in people who plan to do certain things, Mr. Speaker, corrupt dealings. Information is power in the hands of the public, and creating discussions openly. But you will find, again, corruption, Mr. Speaker, doesn't happen on the payment. It happens from inception. So if these things are brought to the open, it will minimize corruption in the public affairs. So as a ministry, if I'm confirmed, I should be able to say I will make sure in the next 6 months, if I'm confirmed, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy is completely digital, and hoping that other ministries, because we now have officers, I'm told, Ministry of ICT directors in every ministry, we should be able to get Kenya government services digital completely. There's a lot of talk out there of e-citizen not working. I've been a victim myself, Mr. Speaker, trying to pay discharge fees for land. And it's important for us sometimes to tell the public what is happening to these platforms. And what I understand, and which we should be able to deal with, Mr. Speaker, is that the front end, which is the application to pay, is automated, such that you can do that in 15 or 5 minutes, so to speak. But when the application for discharge goes to lands, there are files that they have to go through manually to be able to generate an invoice for you. So we've done half the automation. So we should be able to tell Kenyans how progressively we are doing in terms of automating end to end. And I'm sure that can be sectionalized in every ministry that is giving government services. But getting 20,000 services today is not a simple thing. So I'm thinking if we all buy into the idea of making Kenya a digital country in terms of government services, it will be easy for everyone, even for members of parliament, where they want to know exactly what is happening in every ministry. And those portals are available for read only. You should be able to know from the ministry, even as opposed to you asking a question from a minister, you should be able to know exactly what is happening in the Ministry of Sports in terms of their development programs. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a journey that is worth taking, and we are equal to the task as government service providers.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you,
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
probably just correct, Standard Media have put out that he said 1912 is when he started using computers. I just want him to clarify on record so that Standard Media doesn't play around with it.
He was born 1912.
Yeah, I know, he's only 60. He was born in 1961, but Standard Media have said he started using computers in 1912. That's what they have reported. So he just needs to just say it.
Mr. Speaker, I had said earlier that I had issues with the Standard, and I took them to court and made a little bit of money. So surely, I was not around 1912. But if they don't withdraw, I shall do what is necessary, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
We'll simply tell the country when you started using computers.
Yes, I had said here, and it's on record, Mr. Speaker, that it was 1992.
Yes.
And I remember it very well.
That's
because
what
that time Somalia had just gotten into problems.
Where did the Standard pick 1912?
So probably he had 12 instead of 92.
We just encourage let's not escalate it. We encourage you, gentlemen of the media, be as accurate as you can in reporting what is going on here. Because Honorable Kabogo didn't say 1912, and if he did, I would have stopped him. Because that would have been a crude misinformation. Honorable Kabogo, there's one more Kenyan called Muhuyo, who says, ask the nominee how he will ensure free, fair, and precise election by ensuring counting and release of result is fast and accurate, like in the US, where results for over 200 million voters is released in less than 48 hours, whereas here, we just have a less than 1/8 of the same. He's also, of course, not factually correct, because we know the case of Florida in the US. Yes. But you can answer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. That is a very genuine and good question.
Yes.
But the ministry that probably, if you confirm me, will have very little on the issue of elections, because there is a body. But as a Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, I would want a situation where I walk into a ballot room where elections are being held. I am identified digitally, I vote digitally, and my vote is counted that minute. That is a dream that every other politician who has suffered things like I have suffered on issues of elections, it will be a thing of the past, but it's a dream for many countries.
Before I come to the final issues, Honorable Kabogo, as a Kenyan, and if you are confirmed, you've been repeatedly asked here about cyberbullying, pornography, and dirty material on the net that's accessed by our children. We were in Australia in October, and the Prime Minister of Australia was moving a bill, the Prime Minister himself, to curtail access to social media by under 16s because of these kind of reasons. I'm not saying you need that kind of drastic action, but from where you sit, what ideas do you have in protecting children under 16s from access to filth material that is all over?
Mr. Speaker,
I meet many parents who cry and say, look, I walked into my son's room and I didn't believe what I saw. How old was your son? 7. I walked into my daughter's room, I didn't believe what I saw. How old is your daughter? 10.
Mr. Speaker.
And remember, the state has a duty to protect and guarantee and guard the morals of our children.
Mr. Speaker, as a parent, from where I sit, I don't think what you saw in Australia, if we did that here, would be a drastic move. It may be the first step towards curtailing such dirty players on the internet. The other thing is create very strict regulations for people like Facebook or TikTok, because they are on platforms, so that Kenya has a negotiation and an agreement with those platforms that they cannot do this, because even doing the law, as Australia is planning to do, enforcement, Mr. Speaker, is one challenge. But I would prefer to recommend to Cabinet that such a law be put in place ASAP, because what is out there is really shocking. And we cannot deal with the morals and teach children morals if this is what they see on internet. It gets to a point as a parent, you wish that there was no internet. You wish there was no social media because of the exposure of these things in the minds of children. So it's a bad problem. It's worse than gambling. It is really bad. And as minister, if I'm confirmed, Mr. Speaker, I know there's a lot of money that these companies spend to stay afloat. But as a country, if we take a stand that this cannot happen in Kenya, and a drastic move is taken to ban one of them, then the rest will toe the line. If you see the debate on TikTok and between America and China, you will see that money is really moving, but something positive is about to happen. So as a Kenyan, a parent, and probably as a minister, is something that is really concerning about what is available there. You cannot even face your children in your own living room because of the material that has come to their heads. And you will see a family that has a boy and a girl of probably that age of 7 and 8. Your guess is as good as mine, Mr. Speaker, what you would see them do. And it is killing for a parent to be able to deal with such a thing.
Thank you, nominee. I will now ask you a few other questions. You told us how hardworking you are and how much money you have made. What is your net worth in terms of assets, houses,
Mr.
land,
Speaker,
cash, and bank?
Residential houses, Mr. Speaker, my total net worth is about 700 million. Movable assets of about 40 million, Mr. Speaker. Land and farm, about 756 million, Mr. Speaker. Cash and current assets of about 64 million, Mr. Speaker. Beg your pardon. And interest and shares in companies, approximately 1.5 billion. So a total of about 3.01 billion, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Conservatively, Mr. Speaker.
Conservatively, you are worth over 3 billion. That's what you said, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have you ever been convicted? Yes, Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the presentation on the issue of net worth, the nominee said he has a movable assets. I suspect that should be vehicles and such things.
Yes,
for
Mr.
40
Speaker.
million shillings.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Only?
Conservatively, yes, sir.
Yeah, I saw another vehicle that looks very ugly. I thought that alone is 40 million. The one that looks like something else on the road. You remember?
Mr. Speaker, vehicles get devalued almost up to zero, accounting-wise. And you know the prudent rule in accounting, you anticipate both losses and profits. So, yes, it could be about 40 million.
Yes, Murugara?
It is said he also owns a chopper, and I don't see it anywhere here. A chopper. He actually, it's a movable. No.
Mr. Speaker, it is true. I had one at some point when I was a young man.
What happened to it?
And I could fly it myself. I'm a pilot myself, Mr. Speaker. So when I couldn't fly as much, I decided to let it go.
You sold it?
Yes, I sold it.
So it's part of the 3.06 billion.
Yes, it's part.
Have you ever been convicted of any offense in a court of law?
No, sir, I have never been convicted.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any parliamentary committee report, apart from the cited documents?
No, I have never been mentioned, Mr. Speaker.
Do you hold an office in a political party?
No, I don't, Mr. Speaker.
Tujibebe.
I resigned from Tujibebe when I was nominated by the president.
You nominated a caretaker?
Not as yet. The party is going through the process.
Have you ever been dismissed or removed from an office?
No, sir.
On account of contravention of Article 75 of the Constitution?
No, sir, I have never been.
Okay. Have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, tribalism, nepotism in the discharge of your duties?
No, sir, but a couple of years ago, I was taken to court on hate speech, but I was acquitted of the charges. That's like nine years ago that I had said something in a Thika stadium that was not pleasant for political opponents, but I was taken to court and I was acquitted.
Was it tribalistic or nepotistic?
No, it was not tribalistic. It was just political statements.
Right. Thank you. We now come to an end with you. Make sure you collect your documents that have been cross-checked with what we have and found to be in order. There was a bit of memoranda on you. We've seen your responses and they are reasonably satisfactory. So unless you are lawfully held,
thank you so much.
You are discharged to
thank
go
you so
back
much,
to your
Mr. Speaker.
businesses.
And, members of the National Assembly, asanteni sana.
Thank you, Honorable Kabogo. Members, we'll have a 10-minute break to allow the clerk and his team to prepare for the next nominee. Yeah. So we resume at 5:50, 10 to 6. Your name is Lee Kinyanjui.
Correct. Yes.
CBS. Karibu to this evening proceedings in the matter of confirmation hearings or vetting to establish your suitability to act as a CS in the position to which you have been nominated. We'll start with oath taking, and the oath is either by Bible, Quran, or the Holy Book of the Hindus, depending on your religion. Which one do you prefer?
The Bible.
So take the Bible in your right hand, raise it, and recite the oath that the sergeant will show you.
I, Lee Kinyanji, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat and sign to the oath. This is a committee on appointments. Good. If you have your original documents, you can give to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk to cross-check with what we have in our possession on you. Thank you, Honorable Lee. This is a committee of the National Assembly on appointments. It's chaired by yours truly as Speaker of the National Assembly. I'll invite honorable members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker on my right.
I'm Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Welcome.
Kemani Shongwa, MP Kikuyu, Leader of Majority.
Junaid Mohammed, MP Suna East, Leader of Minority.
Kosing David, MP Pokot South, this committee.
Nelson Koech, Member of Parliament, Belgood constituency.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town is constituency. And Honorable Chairman, I just want to declare my interest on the nominee before the committee. He is from Nakuru County and specifically votes in Nakuru Town, his constituency. So he's my constituent. Again, as you had said earlier, that will not hinder me from any prejudice or favorism. So we will do our work as a committee member. Thank you, Chairman.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani, Deputy Leader of the Minority Party.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North and Deputy Majority Leader.
George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament, Tharaka Constituency, Tharaka Nithi.
I'm Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza and Trans Nzoia County, member of this committee.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for Nordimenti, Meru County.
And Masemeri, MP Teso South, member of this committee.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri, member of this committee.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu, Machakos County, a member of this committee.
Honorable Speaker, I am leading a team of 23 dedicated officers who are serving this committee today. My name is Samuel Jiroga. I'm a clerk to the National Assembly.
Thank you. Honorable Kinyanjui, as you are aware, you've been nominated by His Excellency the President and placed before this committee to assess your suitability to hold the office to which you have been nominated. So we will ask you questions, and it will be your duty to answer them as precisely and concisely as you can. Don't engage into any arguments with any member. Even if the question is provocative, just answer the question. Leave the judgment to us. You also address the committee through the chairman of the committee. Don't have personal engagement with members, even if it is Honorable Gikaria who accelerated your departure from your last office.
Honorable Speaker, that is, that is not true.
It's common knowledge. Gikaria, you want to deny what is obvious? It's with a light touch, but you know where the facts lie. So we'll start by inviting you, Honorable Kinyanjui. I also declare, I know Lee very well. We were in Parliament together, and we have been good friends. That notwithstanding, we will ask you every question that is relevant to establish your suitability or otherwise to hold this office. Start by, in 5 minutes or less, telling us your name, your educational background, your professional background, your work experience, any key competences in your life that make you feel and believe you are suitable for the role as Cabinet Secretary in the portfolio to which you have been nominated. Before you start, I invite Honorable Mishimbogo to go on record by introducing herself.
My apology, Honorable Chairman, I was praying. My name is Honorable Mishimboko, MP for Likoni, Mombasa County.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me to take this opportunity first to express my gratitude for the opportunity to serve my country, or to be nominated to serve my country by the President. And I really want to say that I take this as a very solemn moment. We don't always get time to serve our country. So I come here in that context, and also wish to confirm that you have conferred me the title of CBS. I hold no such title. So thank you for that. Quickly going to myself, I want to say I'm a graduate of Kenyatta University, and I studied education, English and literature. I'm therefore a proud graduate of one of our local universities, and I say through my experience in Kenyatta University, I have come to see the value of education, especially education in our universities that prepared us to meet and conquer the whole world. So I think that's about my study at the university. When I got to work, I have not worked for government for long. I taught briefly and then went to the corporate sector, where I worked in the oil industry before venturing into private business. In the year 2006, I vied in a by-election in Nakuru. I did not succeed, but the following year, which was a general election, I vied, succeeded, and was elected Member of Parliament for Nakuru Town. Then included East and West was one constituency. Further, in the Grand Coalition government, I was appointed the Assistant Minister for Roads, and I worked with the late Kones, Kipkalia Kones, and later with Franklin Bett and PS Michael Kamau, and together we worked very closely with the then President Mwai Kibaki in delivering the roads agenda that remains a huge legacy to date. During my time at the ministry, I attended many postgraduate trainings, including in PPPs, transport management, privatization and outsourcing, procurement, and many other areas relating to the docket that we are working. Mr. Chairman, allow me also to say that during our tenure, we undertook some of the biggest infrastructure projects that are seen to date, one of them being the Thika Road. Second one are the eastern bypasses that we see here today, and the others include the major road network connecting us to the neighboring countries, including Isiolo, Merile, going all the way to connect to Ethiopia. And I think the important part, Mr. Speaker, is that when I worked under the Ministry of Roads, we were actually looking at this docket from an infrastructure point of view. How do we connect with Uganda infrastructure-wise? How do we connect with Tanzania, with Ethiopia, and all these countries, and ensuring that there's smooth flow of goods and that our manufacturers have access to all those big markets, many of which do not have the advantage of manufacturing as we do have. Allow me, Mr. Chairman, to say that after I left Parliament, I was appointed the chairman of the National Transport and Safety Authority, again within the broader sector of transport, where we undertook serious reforms, not just in safety, but in reforming the public transport sector, noting that one of the biggest challenges we had then was congestion, especially in the urban areas, including Nairobi, and the need to encourage people to use public transport so that we can reduce the time wasted on the road because of congestion. And I'm happy much of that has borne fruit. The digitization, including the smart driving license, including other measures we brought during that time, remain alive to date, and I'm very proud of our time then. Mr. Chair, allow me also to comment that in the year 2017, I vied for Governor Nakuru, and we succeeded. And between the year 2017 and 2022, we were Governor Nakuru, together with many others. I was not alone, including my deputy, Dr. Eric Korir. But I think what is most significant is that we made our contribution, and I am happy to note that Nakuru was voted best in healthcare in 2 consecutive years. We also had our town, Nakuru, elevated into a city in the year 2021. And in the same year, I was voted the most business-friendly governor in Africa. And we take pride in some of this because they inform why we are also seated here today. Between the year 2022 to date, I retreated to my private business and had the opportunity to experience the country from the other side. And I say that because it is also important that when we discuss public policy, we also discuss it from where the public sees it. And I also had the opportunity to see how red tape affects business, how the cost of energy can hinder growth, and how taxation can impact businesses and hinder growth also. I also had experiences on how pending bills can bring businesses down, can impact on growth, and also how the management or mismanagement of politics can affect business across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I say that I have sat both in Parliament, I've sat in the executive, I've also been at the county, and I've also sat on the Mwananchi bench, and therefore, coming into this conversation, we will be ready to work from all angles. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask a question.
Okay. Honorable Kenyanjui, I just have 3 related questions. One is that, as you know, in the past 10 years, the manufacturing sector in Kenya has remained stagnant at 11% of our GDP. If approved, what measures will you put in place to promote the growth of the local manufacturing sector? Also, there is the challenge of the influx of substandard counterfeit and contraband products into the local market through various border points, and this has reduced also the market share of locally manufactured goods. Again, I'd like to know the strategies that you'd put in place to curb that. Also, scrap metal industry in Kenya meets a huge demand in both the local and international markets, and it contributes to about 0.6% of Kenya's exports. If approved, what policies will you implement to ensure that this trade grows, but also strike a balance with safeguarding against vandalism? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to start by looking at the question of manufacturing in the lens of the sessional paper number 10 by the then Minister for Commerce, Dr. Gikonyo Kiano, in 1963, and the plan to make Kenya an industrial hub, encourage Africanization, and more importantly, protect our markets from external flooding by the developed and industrialized nations. But, Mr. Chairman, I want to confirm that in spite of that great dream, not much of it has been achieved. It is true that the contribution of manufacturing to GDP is in the range of about 7, which remains low even compared to some of our neighbors within the broader Africa region. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, it will be important for us as we get into this critical office to look at the foundational causes of why manufacturing has remained low. And I want to start by saying the first one, I think, is our mindset. And I say this with the full knowledge that very few of our students will go to school in the hope of owning an industry one day. They can dream of anything else, but industry is not one of those things we have taught our people to imagine or think they would ever want to get into. So therefore, it will be important, first of all, to try and work on the psychology of our people to make them understand that where the money is not in the primary extraction, but in the value addition that we find in industry. Secondly, the issue and the cost of energy remains a big issue. We have the cost of energy being among the 4th most expensive in the whole of Africa. And therefore, if we are producing to go and compete with other products from other parts of Africa, leave alone even other parts of the world, then we are already disadvantaged. Yet we know industries are heavy consumers of energy. We need to work closely together with the Ministry of Energy to find ways of reducing the costs. But I think more importantly, Mr. Chair, is to look at the elephant in the room, which is basically energy agreements that were signed a long time ago that continue to put our energy at extremely irrational levels, thereby making manufacturing in Kenya very difficult. We are aware that there are some companies that have moved to other countries where the cost of energy is lower, and therefore I don't think it is a matter that we would want to postpone, because it's very urgent. And most of the young people whom we see out there who are restless, most of them have done courses that would be absorbed in these industries. So as long as the industries are not growing at the level that we would want, then we are likely to continue experiencing this. Then lastly, our trade agreements and other engagements with partners, which means that through the EAC, through other multilateral agreements, sometimes we have ended up getting the last side of the agreement. Meaning, therefore, we don't protect our industries, there's flooding, and that has been a major challenge that has seen most of our industries wiped out. Allow me also to say, closely related to this, is that we have not been able to come to the aid of our factories and industries when they're in problems. And therefore, you find that some of them go through foreclosure and others. Yet, there are many other situations across the world when companies are facing financial constraints, including GM in the US in the year 2008. The government came and saved them. Today, it remains a very big company to date. But we have had some of our bright companies, whenever they fall into trouble, they go into foreclosure, and it becomes very difficult to revive them in future. Therefore, I also want to take this opportunity to ask the House to consider how we can be able to protect our industries, because once they go down, coming up is impossible. And a good example is Kenatco, which is over 20 years into receivership. Allow me to mention also on the issue of counterfeits. Yes, it is true that a lot of the manufacturers face the serious problem of having other people manufacture using their brands without their knowledge, and therefore diluting the investment of the original investors. I think there is an already existing authority that takes care of this, and I think our work will be to work together with other state agencies, including enforcement, to ensure that it does not continue to affect our industries adversely. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, is the issue of scrap metal and how we can ensure that our exports are supported. I want to say that any country that exports scrap metal should really reconsider its policies.
how can you export scrap metal instead of just melting it and making it, you know, iron bars for construction and all that? So the idea of exporting scrap metal is a suicide note for a country that seeks to industrialize itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And may also note, Honorable Speaker, that I've known the Honorable Lee Kinyanjui for quite some time, since he was a member of Parliament, and he's been a friend. That will not deter me from vetting him. And CS nominee, I want to know, from where I sit, we see a lot of disharmony, or there being lack of harmonization of what is seen to be government policy in the Ministry, especially of Industry, and what happens in practice. And because we seem to be having a protectionist policy in the Ministry, especially around local manufacturers. And I have in mind the specific case of the steel and cement industries, where policy has been seen to be protecting local manufacturers, those who have invested heavily in the industry. But at the same time, in practice, the ministry also proposes certain other legislative measures that negate the policies that you espouse. What do you intend to do, should you be approved, to harmonize both policy and legislation? And I say that because specifically on cement and steel. For instance, we want to encourage the growth of local industry in the steel sector with heavy investments by particular players in the country. But legislation then comes to Parliament that in a way is also killing small industrialists. And you find that you are protecting the very big industrial setups, but also killing cottage industries. Look at the people who are smelting the scrap metal you're talking about, and those who are processing iron ore to steel. Look at those who are manufacturing mabati, iron sheets, and wire rods. And the legislation around it and what the ministry espouses as government policy. I therefore just want to hear what your views are on a protectionist policy in government of industry vis-a-vis the encouragement of young and nascent cottage industries in the country. Because big industries, yes, create jobs, but also the cottage industries probably create much more jobs than those big, very big mega industries. Just your views on that, CS nominee, and how you will harmonize both policy and legislation.
Jeanette, Lee will take several so that you can answer them together. Jeanette, you will skip posing.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, there's something notable about nominees from Nakuru, which I want to bring to the attention of the nominee. We have vetted 3 people from, this is the 3rd person from Nakuru, Honorable Chairman. We are vetting in less than 2 years, or 2 years exactly. And at the moment we vet somebody, and I want the Honorable Lee Kinyanjui to know this, when we finish vetting that person, we approve. Then 1 month down the line, if you ask who is the Minister for ICT, nobody remembered her. I'm telling you. Nobody even remembered whether there was a Minister of ICT. Then the first man who went to lunch, there was a problem. So, Honorable Kinyanjui, are you going to be part of the same? Was that a fate? But my question is, Honorable Kinyanjui, this idea of economic zones has been criticized by some critics and given a proposal, which I want to know what is your thinking about it. They are saying, rather than having those economic zones in counties, that you, as a minister now coming for industrialization, that you don't focus on that. What you do, you focus on economic niche of counties. Fund some budget for specific counties and develop that economic niche. And they give examples, like, for example, in Turkana, there's oil. So if there was money, you develop that economic niche for Turkana, we'll develop a country from that point, and it will actually contribute to our economy. West Pokot is mining. I can assure you that. There's a lot of minerals in West Pokot. So rather than doing these economic zones, why don't you find money and develop that economic niche? Tourism, Narok, and then also maize in, for example, Kitale. What do you think about people who think like that, rather than just having these white elephants, in my view, called economic zones without actual economy? Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Lee, as a student of literature, you've always expressed that literature on your online platform, and most of it actually fairly has been, in the last few months, has been very critical on this administration. Number two, your party Ubuntu had its manifesto. Now you're joining, assuming this committee approves you, you will be joining the Kenya Kwanza government, which has also its manifesto. How do you want to use, how do you think you will work with this administration, considering that you've been extremely critical of this administration and its policies, and now you have to sit with the same team that you've criticized and used words against? Thank you.
Chairman, I don't have any question.
Okay.
I just want to assure Posing that the fears of Nakuru now will be sorted. I hope that the positive development...
Lee, you can proceed to answer questions. Posing is not being vetted here.
So thank you, Chair. Allow me to start with the Honorable Koech and to say that I have used my knowledge sometimes to be critical of the administration, but I also want to correct. There's a difference between being critical of policies and being critical of a government. If, for example, we say pending bills are affecting businesses, that is not an affront on a government. It is a plea from the business community to try and ease cash flows so that businesses don't fail. If we say taxation beyond a certain point can stifle growth, that is not criticism. It is actually positive criticism, so that if you take it, then everybody is a winner, from the government to the citizens and all that. And I think it's really important for us to also embrace that even when you're in office, including myself, it is not possible that I'm the only one with ideas. There'll be people from out there who will think I can do something better. And the right thing is to give them that avenue. And possibly, if they have better ideas than myself, also to listen to them. And I think, personally, I consider that as my role as a patriotic citizen. Whenever I see something that I think is not right, to raise it, and possibly hope that the policy makers, whether in Parliament or in the executive, can also take it up. With respect to a political party, it is true I have formally resigned from Ubuntu, but my heart is also very connected to the Ubuntu philosophy, which simply talks about I am because you are. And therefore also in government, whatever policies we make must not just be about me, myself, and I. There is a bigger community beyond yourself. And I think really this is what we need to really get out there. When you see poverty out there, is not something we can ignore. And I think the opportunity to work in government also means my thoughts, I will share them to colleagues through Parliament, also to the President, and give the best advice that I consider necessary for the country. The Honorable Kosing, he has said that nominations from Nakuru, I am not aware. I still remember those two gentlemen. I'm not the appointing authority, and therefore would hate to discuss
Point
them
of order.
in their absence.
Chairman, was it gentlemen?
A
And a
gentleman and a lady. You don't know your citizens in your former jurisdiction.
Gentleman and lady.
Yes.
And I think maybe also what is important is that even when a new person like myself comes, it's not a very good tradition to belittle anybody else who's been there before you. I think acknowledge whatever contribution they've made, whether big or small.
Actually, it was just a preamble to a question. Don't belabor that. Answer the
well said.
The relevant
With respect
question.
to the economic zones, I think every county has a story. If you go to Pokot, you know, I mean, the situation will be very different from Mombasa. If you go to Makueni compared to Nakuru, therefore, to make a generic template for all the counties may not be right. And I think, therefore, some of the considerations we need to make is to look at the economic opportunities existing at every place and ensuring that the economic zones we are creating are responsive to the needs of that particular place. For example, in the pastoralist areas, the issue of beef and cattle and lamb is really in huge demand, especially in the Middle East. So we don't need to go competing with other places that could do horticulture. So how can we empower areas like Isiolo and some of those places, Kajiado, Samburu, and the other places, so that they become our best practice examples when it comes to bee farming and these other things. So I think it is true that there's a need to rationalize, and I think more importantly also, is to, some of these counties are very close to each other. So sometimes to have sufficient raw materials to run all these economic zones may be a challenge in future. Therefore, the need to rationalize and also ensure that we prepare the public. The issue of it turning out to be white elephant is not particularly new in Kenya, where government invests millions and millions of shillings, and I've seen it even when I was in infrastructure. We are told at a certain point there are very many accidents. We go and budget for a footbridge, and nobody ever uses that footbridge, in spite of all the money being pumped there. So there's a need for us to educate the public, in this case, the investors, so that they know what is coming up, where there are challenges of funding. We can look for linkages with banks, including banks that are funded by government, to ensure that there's a close-knit loop. And I think that should be going on now, so that by the time these special economic zones are complete, then you have uptick. And I also want to say that sometimes you have these special economic zones, they are here, but the investments by the local, the indigenous Kenyans, has remained low. So we want to see locals also take advantage of these existing facilities. And lastly, to also confirm that in the past, we have had some of these allocations to companies or persons who are not serious to take up these opportunities. And therefore, they are purely there for speculation. Maybe it's an area within the allocation team that we must make sure that those who are given the opportunity indeed are ready to hit the road running. Lastly, the majority leader, the Honorable Ishungwa, talked about disharmony in government policy. And I don't think this is a light matter, because on one hand, we've been trying to discourage imports. And I want to give the example of the import duty that had been slapped of about 1.5% on luxurious goods, some of those things that we didn't require. But it was removed. So on one side, we say we are protecting, but when you go to our supermarkets, 80% of the things come from outside, including toothpicks. So that is not consistent with a nation that says they want to industrialize. So I think there's a need both for government, the legislation, and also the national intelligence, because part of this legislation we pass has very serious impact on the nation's economic outlook. We are talking of a balance of payment deficit that is growing by the year. So for us to be able to overcome this, it will be extremely important that we harmonize our approach and ensure that everybody understands the implication of every single policy that we put and what it means to the larger national interest. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I forgot to mention on cement, which I think is also a big issue. The President has pronounced himself on the issue of affordable housing, and it is obvious that affordable housing cannot be restricted only to the government projects. It also means that if I want to build myself a house, it is within the affordable agenda platform. But the cost of cement and steel has gone up by approximately around 30% in the last 2 years. And I think that can be attributed to some of the monopolistic regulations that were brought during the same period. And therefore, once vetted and finally approved, our first duty will be to try and get up a team to interrogate the impact of some of these policies and whether they are for the benefit of the country or they are reversal to the gains that we already had. The issue of cartels within the industry is also very important, and again there has been mention of quality, and therefore KEBS and other regulatory agencies will be empowered to ensure that indeed we live up to our duty. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, if you allow me, just
Yes.
one follow-up question in relation to that, the same question I'd asked. Because CS nominee, what I would really want to hear, 20 years ago, the Kenyan state was the leader in manufacturing in the region. As of 2023, statistics are showing us that Uganda has now overtaken Kenya. The contribution to our GDP of manufacturing in Uganda is, as of 2023, was at 15.65%, while Kenyans has stagnated at about 7.6% as of 2023. And 20 years ago, Ugandans, Tanzanians, Burundians, Rwandese, all the way to Congo, people are importing things from Kenya. What is it that you intend to do as a Minister for Trade and Industry to get us back to where we were at least 20 years ago, if not anything else? Because, and I agree with you, it is these protectionist policies that in a way are negating those gains. If you go to Uganda, it's not very big mega industries that are growing that contribution of manufacturing to GDP. It's small industries. But those are the small industries we are killing in Kenya. What will you specifically do to ensure that as you harmonize policies and legislation, you also encourage small cottage industries to grow in the country and take us back to that position where we were the leader in the region?
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to build on to what Majority Leader said, nominee, it's not just about aligning Kenya's trade and industrial policies to the legislation. It's also about aligning all that to sustainable development goals, because that is what will guarantee that we continue to industrialize, that these industries continue to thrive and grow and expand. So those specific initiatives or plans or action plans that we intend to undertake, I think that's what we want to hear from you.
And maybe to guide you, CS nominee, for instance, we are signatories, and I see you are a consultant with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And having been a consultant, I don't know whether you still continue working as a consultant, but this African Continental Free Trade Agreement allows free access to markets of countries that have are signatories to this agreement, from Southern Africa, East and Central Africa. But then again, locally, we are signatories to that agreement, but then we have policies again that are negating the provisions of that agreement in terms of restricting the free entry of raw materials especially. And I have a case in mind of those two industries that I mentioned, clinker in cement and billets, steel billets. Because we pretend to be manufacturing those billets here and producing our own clinker, yet we are importing coal, and therefore probably the inputs that we need for production of that clinker becomes very expensive. And that's how you find that cement, the prices are almost 1.5 times as what they ought to be. And therefore, I don't know what you will do, but really it is something that needs someone who will be very bold to confront all the players and be able to have a very balanced program of how you balance those trade agreements, the growth of our cottage industries, and protection of big industry.
Lee will take the Deputy Speaker.
Yes, mine is brief, just to, as a follow-up question. The cost of clinker has significantly increased because there's been a big excise duty loaded onto imported clinker. So you've alluded to the cost of cement, and that is something that's been done in the last few years. So what are you going to do? Because the only way to bring down the cost of cement is not to load excessive excise duty on imported clinker. Because the clinker, we can't produce all the clinker in Kenya. I think 85% of the cement component is clinker. What are you going to do about it? Because that's the biggest challenge facing the building industry, and that's squarely in the hands of your ministry that you're nominated for.
Thank you, Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the nominee, he's been a former governor of Nakuru, and myself, I'm the patron for street families in Meru for the last 20 years. Can the nominee confirm, during his tenure as the governor for Nakuru, he picked up all the street families, street boys and girls, put them in a truck and went and threw them in a forest? That's an allegation which he would need to confirm. Secondly, I would want to ask the nominee, because he's going to, the manufacturing sector has remained stagnant for many years. It contributes 11% of the GDP. What measures would you take to promote the local manufacturing industry, because they are the backbone of this of country, in the sense that they can contribute more than what they have. The last one is domestic investors in the recent past have not given prominence as opposed to foreign investors, because foreign investors come, they get many incentives, tax incentives and other incentives, which are not available to our domestic investors. If you do get approved, how are you going to assist our domestic investors gain a foothold, because they do not have a foothold in this trade in the country? Thank you, Chair.
Can you answer those?
Thank you, Chair. I wish to start with the Honorable
Address me
Majority
as
Leader.
Chairman, not Chair.
Thank you. With respect
I'm sitting on a chair, but I'm the chairman.
It's been long. I stand corrected.
Go ahead.
I wanted to respond. The issue of the contribution of industry to GDP has declined. But the truth also is that from independence to date, our economy has diversified. There are many things that were not there. For example, Kenya is among the top in geothermal in the world. Actually, in Africa, we are a case study. Sometimes when you're looking at industries, we don't see that as an industry. If you look at the flower export business, that's a whole industry unto itself. We are probably the fourth and the best in the whole of Africa. So sometimes when you're defining industry, we are defining it from the way we knew it then. But industry is very dynamic. Even the M-Pesa platform, it in itself is a whole industry, financial industry, that has completely reconfigured our economy. So I think as we move forward, and the banking industry, Kenya is not just an economy to itself. I mean, all these regional countries look up to Kenya. So I think sometimes when we say that our contribution has gone lower, it sometimes is taken to mean like we are stagnating. It is not entirely true. Actually, we are diversifying.
The members are talking about the prism of manufacturing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm also calling upon us to see manufacturing in the broader context.
Yeah, actually, I would like to comment about the manufacturing, and I want to echo what the Emir has said. Personally, I was doing manufacturing in industry area. I was doing manufacturing of vehicles, and we had to close down. And if you go to industrial area today, you'll find that all the godowns are closed down. So I think it's good to accept that there's a problem, and then we sit down, we involve all the stakeholders, and then we see what we can do so that we can now open those industries.
Go on. That's a personal testimony.
Thank you, and I appreciate.
Yes.
So I think the point is, do we have a problem with the growth of industry? I said where we started in the year 1963 and the sessional paper, and where we ought to be today, there is a clear challenge. The issue is how we can unlock that challenge. One of them I said was the cost of energy. The other issue is also getting into agreements that allow flooding of goods into the country, thereby disadvantaging our local people. The issue of taxation sometimes, without looking at the broader impact of that on the industry, becomes another bigger problem. I also wish to cite the issue of financing. If anybody wants to start an industry today and you go to a normal commercial bank, the period they give you is normally not more than 10 years. At an interest rate of 18%, you cannot survive. Again, we do not have banks that are aligned to industry, ones that appreciate the whole value chain of industry that can help our local manufacturers to work together. And therefore, I invite the members as we try and reconfigure how we can move from here forward and encouraging local investors, those who are there to see how they can grow, and I think also more importantly, encouraging the younger ones. The majority leader also talked about the cottage industries. I think sometimes we overfocus on the big bulk industries. But the truth is, if you go to every village, the potential to have small industries that can employ 10, 20 people, get the raw materials from the village becomes a big issue, partly because of employment in the rural areas. And you do not want a situation where everybody has to leave their rural areas to come to town to find labor. So we'll also try and look at how we can be able to encourage cottage industries all the way down into the rural spaces. Then on the issue of sustainable industrial growth, I think it's also very important that we don't just seek to have industries that will come, create jobs for 1, 2, 3 years, and then from there, they are gone. And I think looking at Kenya's position with respect to sustainability, especially on energy, we have a big step that we've already made. But I think there are critical decisions that need to be made with respect to energy that would help us to overcome. The Deputy Speaker has mentioned the issue of clinker and companies that have now to import clinker at a higher level, which means some of them are actually on the verge of closing. I think sometimes when some of this legislation comes, it would be wise to give the industry time, in which case you say, within the next 3 years, everybody should invest in clinker mining. So that if you're a local company and you know between now and then the duty will import duty will continuously go up by 5% or 10%, then it means you have to look for alternatives. And government can give them time. But some of these drastic decisions will send our local companies to the gallows. And if you look at the exports to our neighboring countries, without mentioning, cement is one of the big commodities that we are exporting, including steel. So when you come and also extinguish our companies here, we are also shooting ourselves within the regional export market. The Honorable Dawood has mentioned street children were rounded, don't know, taken somewhere. I think it is good to say that even if they are street children...
It was alleged.
Alleged.
You remember, Lee?
Yes, it was.
That in an attempt to make Nakuru attractive and make it a city, you picked street children, some street families, put them on the trucks, and went and dumped them in Embobut Forest. That was it. I'm saying, let me finish. Because you remember this matter came up in the Senate?
Yes.
And Embobut Forest was said to be infested with hyenas and other dangerous wild animals, and some of those children were never found.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely wrong.
I have used the word very advisedly, alleged.
I also have many allegations about everybody else. So if it's about allegations, I think we can also come up with allegations. But
I advise you not to lose your cool. Just answer questions.
It's about my integrity.
The way they are asked.
We also have
Yes,
allegations, if it's
yes.
about allegations.
Just answer questions the way they're asked. That's what Dawood asked. And I was making it clear to you because you remember this matter was in the House of Senate for quite some time. So go ahead and answer. If it is not true, even no is an answer. If you lose your cool, you will be unable to answer the next questions.
I have faced worse situations, but I just wanted to say I have my conscience, right? I can never do that. And the unfortunate thing, including at the Senate is politicians who are there. And the people who are sponsoring it today, I think let's also be fair. You can't call a governor to come and answer to allegations put by their opponent who have intentions to go to an elective position, and then use that allegation later against him. If there are people, this country has the best intelligence in the region. We have never said even one name, So I think let us also respect the institutions we work for. And I would say for Kenya and for posterity, the opportunity to serve in these institutions should not be personalized for gain. Because I was there, Mr. Speaker, throughout that period. How come only those people are known by politicians? Which family has ever come out? So I think it's good to be fair and also respect the positions we have. So in short, Bwana Dawood, that is an act of fiction.
Bwana Chairman, I don't have any interest in Nakuru. So I'm not a politician from Nakuru. It is alleged, that's what I said, we wanted a clarification. Governor should not feel offended. Should not
Don't
feel
apologize. Lee, an opportunity like this is very good for you to clear some of those things, not to feel slighted, because nobody's slighting you. You're being asked questions in good faith.
Well taken, Speaker.
Yes, Ferdinand?
He has not finished. No, he has finished.
Mr. Speaker, there was a secondary question.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There was a secondary question
from Dawood.
From Dawood. With respect to local investors feeling slighted, and sometimes when you talk about investment, we are largely perceived to be talking about foreign investors. And I think I want to identify with that. There was a situation where some local investors were looking for an appointment with an office, a big office in government, in the county governments, and they kept on looking for that appointment for 6 months, until one day they changed and said they are from another country. They got the appointment the following day. So I think we must agree, the first investors must be you and I, the people who live here in Kenya. And even if the foreigners are to come here, they will make a call to those who are already here. So good referrals mean everything. So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I want to agree with Dawood that a lot must be done to encourage local investment. And maybe while still on the issue of local investment, allow me to say that there's a marked difference between the attitude of Kenyans about Kenya and the attitude of foreigners about Kenya. And I think this speaks a lot to what he's saying. If you look at the investments that have happened in the country in the last 3-4 years, from GTC here in Nairobi to other major foreign direct investments coming here, it is huge, and it is a testament of the confidence in largely the country and the region, for that matter. But sometimes Kenyans are also caught up in a web of negativity. So foreigners will see what we can't see. So we need to come up together. The jobs that are being created are for us. And if the owners of the country think different from foreigners, then before long, they will come and invest everything, and we'll have nowhere to go because of our attitude. So one of the areas I wish to engage in, further to what the Honorable Dawood has said, is to also engage in the attitudes. And maybe also to request Kenyans, when you're looking at your country, don't look at it in the lenses of your politicians. This is your country. You can change your MP, you can change your MCA.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, this word of politicians has been repeated severally. And for us, we are leaders and we are also politicians. So does it mean that if somebody is a politician, cannot give any views or ask questions, and whether he does it, it is wrong or it is witch hunting? We need some elaboration on that.
Well, proceed on the basis that a politician is not necessarily an irrational person. Irrational people are found everywhere, even out, and you are a politician too.
Yeah.
We were
Mr.
with
Chair.
you in the House. You became governor. Take it in that stride, that avoid unhelpful mentioning of politician. Just answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I can withdraw the term politician, but I meant that, Kenya, if everybody out there sees the good of Kenya and the best of Kenya, let me not allow myself, if somebody has a different view, to change me. I think that's all I'm trying to say. And this is our country.
Ferdinand?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the presentation. Now,
then give it to Morgana so that you continue enjoying.
No, let me get to specifically what I want him to answer. I think this challenge facing our Kenya's export. Sometimes back, and I was a regional sales and marketing manager of those 13 countries. You would go to Middle East and had milk from Kenya. Today, you go to Middle East, there's no milk at all. From Kenya, you'd rather have it, you find it from Uganda and other places. Secondly, there was also a program where you had this pachuma. Still keeping the animals are being kept in pachuma grounds for export trade, for export to Middle East, and I think to islands like Seychelles, Mauritius, and even Madagascar. I don't know what programs you're going to have to revive this, because it's a part of the trade that we had in the region. And I can tell you there was a lot of eagerness, because I went around to those places, in importing, or rather exportation of livestock from Kenya. And Pachuma ground is still, in the coast is still actually there. And if you work to the Minister of Agriculture, you do a lot of exportation from there. What programs would you have? What would you do to be able to revive this? Thank you.
George Murugara, you'll pass. Owen Bayer.
A quick question, Honorable Speaker, to the nominee. There's information that many factories or manufacturers are leaving the country. Okay, a lot of information now is that. Why do you think they are leaving the country? And what would be your plan to retain them in the country so that we can increase opportunities for young people, create more jobs, and also increase our GDP? The second one, KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, is squarely in trade. There's also another organization called Anti-Counterfeit Authority also there. Why do we have issues of products that come into the country, still counterfeit, still fakes, and still substandard goods that are denting Kenya's image? Thank you.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with some of my colleagues, or a number of my colleagues, that many companies have closed down and moved their manufacturing out of the country. And I'm happy because I've heard you, enumerate some of the reasons why. One of them, which I want to add, is obviously the harsh business environment caused by the harsh taxation regime, and sometimes even the unpredictability of our tax policy. Maybe those are some of the things you'd like to look at. But I want to go to that issue we've just been talking about of a politician. You are a politician, so are we, all of us here. And politicians many times focus on the next election. I'm aware you are governor of Nakuru, and you didn't complete the 2 terms. So there is a possibility you might be interested in that seat again. Now, can you give Kenyans an assurance that as CS, you will not spend your time in Nakuru County campaigning for 2027 at the expense of serving Kenyans?
Mole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the nominee, Honorable Lee, Kenya recently ratified the EU-Kenya Economic Partnership Agreement, which seeks to create and enhance market access to Kenyans' exports to European Union. I want to hear from you, what will you leverage on this agreement so that we can protect the local markets and also increase our exports to increase our revenues from the European Union. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, Kenya is also in bilateral agreements with major partners like US, whereby the United States, through AGOA, is coming to collapse, actually to be precise, September this year. And you know, the relationship between Kenya trade and the US is quite massive. As the minister, coming, if approved, to come to this space, What will you tell Kenyans on their face who have been benefiting from business between US and Kenya, and what should we expect from it? Lastly, but not least, Mr. Speaker, is a question from public, whereby when you are the governor for Nakuru, we had the tragedy of Solai Dam. And it really exposed, and we lost Kenyans on that. And a report was done, and a criminal negligence on duty by officers in Nakuru County was placed on them, as you are the governor there. What measures did you do? What response can you tell Kenyans? Are you going to be responsible with our trade, and it gets to the same strategies in this country? It is unfortunate, but what measures did you take to make sure that people were brought to book, and at least the county government, did they compensate those people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mukami? We'll take some more.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask our nominee the strategies he's intending to employ to boost the businesses of small-scale traders. Honorable Speaker, if you go to Kirinyaga Road, Nyamakima, majority of the small traders have closed down. I would really like to know, I would really like to hear from him what he's going to do so that we can bring those young people back to their businesses. The other question, in your view, what are the challenges that negatively affect the growth of exports, and what should be done to improve the visibility of Kenyan export in international market? Thank you.
Yes, Lee, you can answer those.
Thank you, Chairman. Allow me to start with the last question by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyeri. The issue of small-scale business people, I think, is a huge concern, both in Nyamakema and across all our urban areas. And I think, as I mentioned there earlier, the issue of cash squeeze, where a lot of suppliers have not been paid by government, affects the cash in circulation. And because most of them sell consumables or those things you buy on the go, then it means when people do not have money, then that affects. So one of the areas I hope to be working together with the cabinet and the cabinet together with the CS for finance is to be the champion for paying all suppliers in government. If that money was to hit the accounts of the suppliers, there will be an immediate party in all these places we are talking about. People who are about to face foreclosure will be saved. So, and when the money is in circulation, there's more trade, there's more tax, everybody benefits. So I think we need to agree that, again, the other issue is for banks, because it is very lucrative to put their money in treasury bills and treasury bonds. They don't want to lend to the small people. So again, there's no money in circulation. So let's agree that the small business people are suffering from the cash squeeze that is currently there. And everything must be done, even also by this House, to help us unlock that challenge so that we can give hope. On the issue of funding, I would strongly recommend that we need to find a sustainable way of funding our small businesses, although it is also not right to call them small. People tend to live up to the titles they are given. So I think we need to find a better way of calling them, because it's like confining them to the smallness in which they are. But in short, government must come up with a way, or even if it means the commercial banks must set aside a certain percentage of their money for a certain category of industries and so on, that can help us avail cash flow to the businesses. And the Honourable Member has also asked about growth of export and the hindrance. I think our first biggest export is tea, and I think we've been doing fairly well in spite of the current challenges. But more importantly, also in the area of horticulture and flowers. And I think the biggest challenge you're having there is the availability of air freight, because most of these fresh produce would require to go by air to Europe, to the Middle East, and other places. So the constraints within the national carrier and other cargo airlines from Nairobi to all these destinations means that we cannot be able to expand that area. And therefore, we'll be seeking to work with the Minister, the CS for Transport, to see how we can expand our cargo handling capacity, because that's an area that can grow within a very short time. Mr. Chair, allow me also to mention on the issue of the European Union Economic Partnership. I think one of our biggest destinations is actually the Netherlands, where we take our flowers and to the UK for vegetables and others. And again, the issue of there being good agreements that protect us, and secondly, the air freight, the cargo, that will help us to unlock. And also maybe giving specific funding to these sectors so that we can increase. We have a lot of land, we have many people who are willing to invest, but because of the heavy capital required, sometimes it has not been very easy for many to venture in. On AGOA, we are at the final end of the AGOA agreement, and once it collapses, many of the industries, including the textile industries, that heavily rely on the AGOA would be at risk. We are hoping to be able to conclude once there's a change of government, but there's talk of an extension of 1 year as we negotiate the next agreement. But I think the bigger request, Mr. Chairman, would be when these negotiations are happening, they have very huge implications, even 10, 20, 30 years from now. Maybe our teams need to be the best sharpshooters you could ever think of, because those small little commas mean a lot. And when a small country like Kenya is negotiating with the US, which is of 1,000 times its economy, we need to also be careful, because if we open all the doors, our industries are all going to shut. So I think there's a need to have a very strategic team to ensure that these negotiations are done and that national interests prevail at all stages. There was also the question of the Salai Dam and whether there was criminal negligence. Allow me, Mr. Chair, to say that indeed there was a tragedy in Nakuru. That was barely 2 months after I got into office. I got into office around, I don't remember whether it's 2 months, but it was a very short period of time. There's nothing much I would have done. I had barely settled, and this tragedy now comes. But out of that tragedy, a lot we have learned, including a disaster mitigation strategy for the county. Nakuru is home to much of the export we are talking about. So there are very many dams all over Nakuru. And whenever it rains, and maybe there's excess rain, the issue of monitoring of water levels and also warning signals, early warning signals to families down would be there. The issue of insurance also is important so that whenever there is a financial loss, we can also help those families. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, allow me to say also this matter went to court, and they settled out of court on their own volition between the victims and the owner, and for now they are happily working together, and the farm employs over 1,000 people. Without that farm, that whole community would not survive. So they have a good working engagement, but the safety precautions must be upheld at all times.
Was the dam reconstructed?
Yes, it was reconstructed, Mr. Chairman, under the supervision of NEMA and other regulatory agencies, both from the county and the national government.
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, just a follow-up question on what is said that we are doing very well on export, especially tea. We want to hear him as if he's approved as a trade minister. There's been challenging of our export for tea lying in the port of Mombasa. What probably, if you have any recollection or you have been briefed, you'll do better and different than what has been done to make sure that the tea farmers in this country cannot continue waiting for their tea to be sold to get the benefit of the sale without any further delay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to say that I do not have the full information regarding the current state of
You
the
actually
stock.
said tea exports are good, but there are challenges.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is our best export for now, but it is experiencing challenges. But I want to confirm that our best run crop in Kenya is actually tea. The farmers can deliver their tea, go home, get their money at the end of the month, and get a bonus. So the challenge we are having right now, I think, will be sorted, and I want to say that will be my first agenda. But beyond that, even though Kenya is a key producer of tea, if you go to the Western world and say you want Kenyan tea, you won't find it anywhere. So it is blended and lost in the world flavors. Yet it is the best. So that which we are best for, nobody can go to the capitals of the world and say, I want Kenyan tea. So again, it's a challenge to us. I mean, today it is possible for me to open a shop in New York, another person to open in Amsterdam. We create this network so that we don't over-rely on the auction in Mombasa. Over-reliance on only one source of selling will create challenges in future. So we need to look for multiple options of selling, including direct sales in UAE and many other places. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, you've not answered about milk export Middle East. Oh, you are silly.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, we have talked about, the Honorable Robert talked about companies closing and what we need to do. I think you've already mentioned the issue of cost of energy, but the President, His Excellency President William Ruto has already initiated a process to try and understand on a case by case these companies that may be going out, what is the issue? Is it something we can be able to solve? And I want to assure this House that as soon as I get the opportunity, I will sit, and even if it means looking for some of them, those who have not completely exited, to see how we can reverse that. But I'm also troubled because it is also true, in recent years, we've had local companies that have also closed, including Mobius, our vehicle manufacturer that would have given us pride and nationalism as we venture out there. So I want to assure this committee, I've already sent word to that company because Kenyans hold this very dear to themselves, and we would want to see some of those things as much as possible, how we can be able to work with them. The unpredictable taxation and policies by government. Again, there is a thinking that every year we have a finance bill, it changes excise duty on something, import duty on another, yet this is a company that just came to set in Kenya, has a lifespan of about 10 years before you can return your money, but you cannot do your projections on profitability because it depends on factors way beyond yourself. So the current thinking is to try and come with a tax regime for a minimum of maybe 5 years, so that as you come to invest here, if you are in livestock, if you are in food processing, you can know for the next 5 years, this is what I expect. And stability in the tax regime. And I think this will be a very important card because most of the investors will be citing this as a challenge in terms of, because they have obligations with the banks, but you have no idea what kind of money you will make because it's not entirely in your space. The Honorable Robert also asked me whether I will be returning to Nakuru. I want to confirm that Nakuru is my home and I will always be there. Because if I want to promote Kenya, unless we annex Nakuru, you know, it's part of here, and it's a huge industrial base. And I am here also courtesy of the people of Nakuru. If they had not elected me, nobody would have known me. So I would be the last person to say here that among the many goodies I have for Kenya, Nakuru will not be there. But I'll also cooperate with the leaders who are there.
That was not the question. The question was, you served one term as governor.
So
your eyes could be on another term. Are you going to spend government time as a CS rotating around Nakuru, trying to get a re-election for a second term, or you'll go around serving Kenyans as expected of a CS? I think, Robert, that was your question. Yes.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for the last 2.5 years, I have given my support to the county in a way of prayer. And
Actually, it's good to acknowledge that there's a member of the public who has sent in exactly the same question. So just go ahead and answer.
Yes, so I've said I support my county and I would want it to prosper. The choice of what would happen in 2.5 years, including for all the members who are here, I'm not too sure you have the answers yourself. So I think these answers will come as we move forward, and I will be well advised by including the appointing office, including the people of Nakuru, but I think it would be suicidal for any person, including yourself, Mr. Chairman, to say bye to the people of Bungoma. You'll never want to see them again. It is for them that you're here.
Yes.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, proceed.
I think the Honorable Lee would have just said, I'm not going to spend government money in running my politics in Nakuru. That's all. Whatever happens in 27 exactly, nobody knows. But you cannot spend government money, Minister, to run your politics in Nakuru. That's what Kenyans were concerned.
Oh.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. I'm well guided. I have no intention of that nature.
Chairman, I've not asked my questions.
You did.
What I did was just a follow-up question to it was an intervention, Honorable Chairman. I will go straight.
He has not finished. He has not answered Owen Bayer's question, and Ferdinand.
We have not finished.
Yes.
I was going up.
So,
okay,
speed it up.
The point is that we will not spend inordinate part of our time doing local politicking, but we will benefit Nakuru as much as any other part of this country, and we will forever be grateful to the people of that place. The Honorable Bae, the issue of people leaving the country, I think much as it is true that there are some people or some companies that have left the country, I would always want to see, I mean, is a door, there'll be always somebody coming and another one going. If we over-focus and create a perception, people are leaving Kenya, and the people who are saying that are Kenyans, we are also participating in creating a negative attitude about our country. So we need to say, 2 came, the 3 went. I mean, GTC was not here the other day. All these big Chinese companies that have come, and many other buy locals that have started. So I will not sit on the side of saying companies are leaving Kenya. I will say some are leaving, others are coming. We have many pharmaceutical companies, including from the US, that are setting up at Tattoo City. Many others are coming towards our economic zones that we have already set aside. So I would not say that's not an entirely correct statement, but you have tended to focus on the exit while giving a blind eye to those who are busy coming to bring money and bring investment to our country. Then, so the issue is also to come up with a retention mechanism, and we plan to make Ken Invest, which is the main agency responsible for attracting investment, to equip them so that you have a one-stop shop when you come. Because you don't want to come and you're told, go to Kiambu County, the next day you're told, go to NEMA, the other day you're told, go to this agency. So we should have officers who can hold this new investor. Remember, they don't even know the country until maybe 1 year, and then you can file a report. If they have an issue, we can look into it. But while still saying this, it would be important to say the issue of governance remain a key issue. If a big company quoted in their country come here, and the first thing there's demand for some facilitation of sort, many people don't understand that language. So we need to help our people to channel our interest into partnerships. If a big company has come, we have land, you can partner with this cooperative, and together we can move forward. So the thing is, how do we structure investments so that we do not end up having a tag that can adversely affect our investments?
Chairman, I just want to put a rider on that question, because I see one of the reasons why we lose some foreign investors, it is because some of them, they've been asking about having what we call tax holidays. But there has been a lot of taxation on them. So maybe how do you balance in ensuring that we have these tax holidays and at the same time we still collect revenue? I think this is one of the areas why we lose some foreign investors, and there must be some mitigation on that.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. So while getting to that, there was the issue of KEBS and counterfeit. I think one of the biggest challenges we have with KEBS is that the standards are there, but enforcement requires support from other agencies. So I think moving forward, we need to look for a way in which we can give KEBS the teeth to bite. So for example, if they discover there's an anomaly with a particular product, they need to go through interior, gate officers, and so on. So I think the issue of enforcing so that the steel we produce or the cement is to the highest standard. And this will help us to instill trust and confidence with investors, because some of the key areas where we require government intervention is in standards. No single company can ensure the standard across the board, but government can do that, and KEBS is up to the job, but we need to review its mandate, especially with respect to enforcement. Then there's the issue of tax holidays asked by the Honorable Mishi. It is true that there are companies that come and do not strictly fit within our special economic zones or export processing zone, and I think some of these things can be looked on a case by case. But I think we also need to look at what would they otherwise be getting in other countries vis-a-vis what we are giving them, and ensure that at all times we are competitive. And I think one of the most important things is to learn how some of the major economies in the world operate. They have big companies, say if you talk of Korea and the Samsung, and the Samsung has over 500,000 employees, but has another over 200 companies that rely on it. These 200 are actually SMEs. So also if you're able to empower some of the mid-level, they will also come along with the small companies, and together we can move forward. And I think these are conversations we should have. And closely related to that, especially for foreign investment, is that there's always been an old debate. Even as you bring foreigners, you need to direct them which sectors to go. Because you don't want a situation where they come and put a butchery and a hardware next to one run by locals. So I think within our investment policy, we also need to ensure that we don't just attract investment, we also direct it where it can be most beneficial and protect our local investments. Then,
Speaker, may I ask a question? Honorable Lee, one of the issues, you've talked about various strategies, but I've not heard you say anything about incentives to foreign investors, like giving them the land, giving them tax breaks. If you could just elaborate on that.
Through
Chair, may I
the
have your
chair,
permission now?
I think also in the trade, in the Ministry of Trade, we have
Members, you are
Canvest.
now just shooting questions without going through the chair. That's not our modus operandi, but go ahead, Mukami.
Yeah, what I wanted to tell the nominee, in the trade, in the Ministry of Trade, we have Canvest. Those are the ones who are supposed to guide whoever is coming to invest in this country. But I was also thinking in future, we may think about the foreign investors who are coming here in this country. They must we cooperate them with locals to avoid whatever they're earning in this country. You know, like Chinese, they
We have
come
a
here.
law on local content, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just enforcement.
Okay, you enforce that.
Yes. Mary, ask your question.
Thank you,
One
Chairman.
question.
No, Chair had not asked. Allow me, I'll not go to the preamble. I'll go straight, I have three. Chair, number one, we talked about dependency on imports, the substandard, the counterfeit, name them, that are impacting negatively on the local industries. My question is, we may even impose taxes to discourage importation of those substandard goods. We may even do whatever it takes, but what are you going to do as the minister if you nominee, you are approved to promote local content and encourage use of locally produced goods? Because if you do not change the mindset, then even if we do all that, that may be in vain. Secondly, with the high rate of unemployment, what programs for skills development are you going to support? Although I know that will cut across other sectors, education, labor, and what have you. Because why are we producing graduates for opportunities that do not exist? If we do not need psychologists as a country, why are we continue to produce them? Why are we continue to produce accountants to come and stay at home for 10, 15 years unemployed from the time they graduated? I think that is also an area I feel you need to give us your thoughts as you take up the ministry if approved. And the last one is, for Kenya to achieve significant industrialization by the year 2030, and you've already alluded to this, we need to address the challenges in the manufacturing sector. High cost of production, deficits in infrastructural, infrastructure within the sector. And case among them is the sugarcane industry in the Western region. Those are some of the challenges that have been bedeviling that sector. So if we approve you, what are you going to do to address these challenges across? Thank you.
Last, Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. Listening to the nominee, and even from his preamble, he seems to have thought about the challenges that are there that hinder manufacturing. You talked about high cost of electricity, taxation, and all. What are some, because when you speak here, we think tomorrow we're taking off if you get nominated and approved. What are some of the challenges that you foresee that might hinder all these good things that you've talked to us about here once you are nominated and appointed?
Can you answer those? Mishi, you have a question? I thought you have asked. Okay, go ahead. You are a joyrider to many questions.
No, thank you. You know that was somebody else's question, but I was just putting a rider on that.
So go ahead.
It was not my
ask
question.
Your own now,
yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I understand the nominee was once the governor of Nakuru County, and during that time you facilitated the setup of the Bahati Industrial Park, which focused on leather and textile industry. My question is, how will you replicate this model at a national level, particularly by promoting the growth of the leather industry in regions where we feel that we have potential for raw material sourcing? I'm looking in the area like the Ukambani and even Northeastern. My last question, you also successfully attracted investment in this Nakuru Special Economic Zone. We are having what we call Dongokundu Special Economic Zone, and it is being established in my constituency, that is Likoni constituency. This proposal has been there for the previous two regimes. To date, we are just hearing Dongokundu Special Economic Zone, but little has been achieved. What are your plans to ensure that we actualize this dream? And maybe, do you know the status of this project? Do you have the budget for this project, or it will just remain a promise or rather public relation? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Chair, can you answer one from the public? Just one.
Let him finish that first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to start with the Honorable Ferdinand. And he had asked about our exports to the Middle East, and specifically beef and goat and the Bachuma Gate, where we really used to do, you hold the animals before you send them out. And maybe to make a special plea also to the nation, we are about 5 hours by air to the Middle East, and by sea maybe 10, 12 days. That is a region that has serious food deficiency. They can't grow food in the desert. However, they have a lot of money. They have a lot of resources. So Kenya is a natural source of food, including the beef. And I want to commend the MP for bringing that matter. So some of the issues that have been conversed previously, including hindrances to opening those markets, include diseases. So we send our beef, our goat, and all that, and when it gets there, we are told it has this problem. And the biggest challenge is that when a particular disease or traces of a disease are found, they will not say it is from exporter, X or Y, they will say it is from Kenya. So Kenya is one source. So if we also don't clean our market, so that we say we need 500,000 goats every month, and that can keep all these pastoralist areas busy for the whole year. So I think we need a better communication so that people understand for what reason are we recommending. And then also for diseases, if I don't take care of my animals, and you take care of yours, as soon as they interact, the same problem will come back. So I think we need an honest conversation, and unfortunately, you have food coming from very far to the Middle East, and we are just next door. And our young people are living here to go and work there as house girls and other jobs. Yet they can work at home, stay in the comfort of a family, and be able to earn a good living. So I think there is a bit of need to change those dynamics. The Honorable Ferdinand, I also wish to inform you that the President, together with the whole team from the ministry, is currently in the UAE for signing of a trade agreement. And these are some of the issues we'll be looking into. And I want to call upon members of parliament and the country at large to align ourselves now to the market. In fact, we are getting to a situation where the country has secured more markets than we can supply. You know, so if we can't supply those markets, the bigger question will be, should we be looking for more markets or go back mashambani and create the products that we need? And I think this is really where we are. Even avocado and many of the other products, the issue is now being able to create that value chain, the logistics for export, and getting our young people to benefit from that. And closely related to that, the issue of engaging our young people.
Excuse me. I just want to inform the nominee, Pachuma was a holding ground.
Yes. That's what it is.
So treatment, what have you? Then after that, we'll export the animals, live animals, which are actually healthy.
Isn't that what he said? Yeah.
It's a quarantine.
It's a quarantine area to drench diseases, then export.
Yeah.
But Lee,
you're not allowed to export.
Do you want to continue exporting live animals, or you do value addition here and export the beef, so that you make good the hides, make good the hoofs, the bones, the horns, which are also products for trade?
Mr. Chairman, I want to confirm that if now the conversation is whether it is alive or dead, then that's a good conversation. But first, we have a deficit in the number of animals that we can be able to provide for the market. Then now we go to the next level, where we slaughter. But again, it's good to say in some markets, they prefer it alive. And as long as they are able to pay the price that compensates for all the sub-components, I think we will try and go on a case-by-case, depending on the market. But my submission is that the world has a food deficit, especially those who are close to us. We have the benefit of very good young working population, educated, ready to do everything. In fact, some of the creativity we have seen in the social space, if it was converted to selling beef, to selling Masai Mara, to selling our tourism, to doing the next big movie about Lion King, this country would change. So we just need to reconfigure ourselves, but you have all that it takes for us to progress. Mr. Chairman, I think I've answered the Honorable Ferdinand. On the issue of the impact, the Honorable Mary, the impact of imports to the local market and the damage thereof, I think we've already said this. You know, I mean, there's no country that will allow unmitigated flow of goods to come and compete with its own industries. You know, that is completely unthinkable. And it is for that reason we have requested that for any legislation that touches on taxation, both reducing imports or increasing our exports, there should be a broader conversation and ensuring that our national strategic interests are actually taken into account. On unemployment and skill development, I think this is also a very critical question. Other nations in the world, for example, China, when they decided that they want to become a major industrial nation, they targeted certain skills. And today, China produces 1.5 million engineers every year. to align to its industrial agenda. So again, we must look at our education, what do we need, and where do we direct our young people. I have looked just at my own small research, and most of my nephews are all doing IT and ICT and coding and all those things. So expect a long season of coding by this generation. So I think it's also important we try and align our universities with the needs of the nation in the next few years to come. I suspect I'm through with most of the questions. The Honorable Naisula. Will we take off tomorrow? I think the answer is yes. And I think that the big issue is, first, can we agree there's a problem? And once we agree, diagnosis is the most important part. If you've agreed on the diagnosis, then the rest is easy. And I want to submit that probably the sectors that can turn around the economy, in my opinion, is largely in the area of trade, especially on exports. Recently, I listened to the Minister for Finance talk about the huge obligations we have in the next 3-4 years. $2 billion, $4 billion. Where will that money come? If we engage in these exports and we get serious to the extent that our young people are engaged back at home, this is not something that should worry us. But if we continue as we are, then we'll have a major crisis in the days to come. So we really need to declare export a national priority in view of the obligations that are ahead of us. Then the Honourable Member also talked about how do we align everybody so that we speak the same conversation. I am new, as you can imagine, but my hope is to request for a meeting with members of parliament so that we understand the importance of industry and how it can impact on everybody. Secondly, is to meet the governors and also the MCA, not the MCAs, the CCs in charge of trade. Because finally, these are the people who will be taking up that. And then together, if we all align, then I'm sure we will be able to make a good outcome out of it. The Honourable Mishi, the issue of replicating leather industry and value addition, I think we are essentially a meat-eating nation. If you look at our nyamachoma culture and you imagine how many hides we get out of it, yet our reputation in the shoe business, in the leather business, remains very shaky. So there is a missing link between that nyamachoma culture and the shoe industry. So again, we want to work with the stakeholders in the industry. And as I said earlier, government must look for a way of identifying maybe 2 or 3 major players and facilitating them so that we become a serious shoemaker, not just for Kenya, but also for the region. We have our police, we have everybody, and government being the biggest spender. If we can commit that to giving our local companies, then that can change the dynamics. But Mr. Chairman, looking at all these things together with the others that we have said, oh, my apology, there was a question on sugarcane, Dongo Kundu. I want to say that of all the special economic zones that the government is working on, this is the closest to the port, and it has very huge opportunities. And just last week, I am not allowed to meet people who want to brief me, but I had 3 people who are dying to come and meet me, and I told them, wait until I'm vetted, and they insisted. So when they came, they said they want to go there, but sometimes maybe just getting that go-ahead sometimes has been difficult. So I want to take this opportunity to say all investors for Dongo, Kundu, and other places are welcome to the office, and we should be able to link up with the members of parliament for those respective areas so that the public also is aware of what is coming up. And on the issues of governance, which has sometimes been an impediment, I want to assure Kenyans they will be coming to get an officer who is ready to serve their nation. Lastly, on the issue of sugarcane, maybe just to say that I am not very familiar with the exact status of what percentage you're able to produce locally, but I think this is an area we can work to try and increase production so that our people do not have to rely on imported sugar. In fact, in my view, in a few years, we should be thinking of reversing that. But allow me to touch on the issue of palm oil, which is essentially a component you require to make your cooking oil. And the import is actually from Malaysia, which enjoys a similar, and Indonesia, similar climatic conditions as your average Mombasa, parts of Nyanza, and so on. And therefore, there is nothing climatically to say they can't grow there. But you have religiously imported from those countries, and therefore we need now to say, how can we turn our coastal belt into a palm oil belt? And I think this is where we need to work with members of parliament for those areas and agree that if you want to process these kind of products, you must start a plantation or even have outgrowers, and maybe working with other seed companies, produce varieties that can work there. And I think these are practical solutions, and it is widely believed that when those countries were starting their palm oil industry, they got advice from us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mule.
Thank you, nominee Lee. There's a question being posed to you by the public that Kenya is one of the countries whereby is suffering what is being called capital export or capital flight, or money generated locally and end up in different. Why? Because of contractors and because of businessmen who are not of Kenyan origin. So the public is asking, as a minister if approved for investment, trade and industry, what are you going to do to reverse this norm? Because it has really impacted our economy badly for the last several years, whereby people come and do business, get paid using taxpayers' money.
Are you asking a question on behalf of the public?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
you are making a speech?
No, I'm asking on behalf of the public.
Okay.
Yeah, and I stated very clearly.
Okay.
So the public want to know, what are you going to do as the Minister for Trade Investment to make sure that we stop this capital export, please?
Thank you.
Can I ask on behalf of the public just one question?
Yes,
very
one.
short.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to the nominee, you know the history of retail business in this country. We had Uchumi, it collapsed. We had Nakumat, it collapsed. We had Tuskys, went the same way. ShopRite came into this country shortly and left. Now we have Naivas and Carrefour. What are you going to do to stabilize the retail business in this country so that we do not continue, one, lose all our Kenyan local grown retailers and attract others, but also ensure that the stability. There are other smaller ones that are coming up. What are you going to do when given the opportunity to ensure the stability and they grow and they actually take over the Kenyan market? Thank you.
There are two questions from members of the public. One is that in 2018, during your tenure as the governor of Nakuru, there were concerns raised about your office spending 43 million on foreign trips. As nominee for cabinet secretary, how will you ensure a balance between conducting necessary international and regional trade engagements and maintaining transparency and cost effectiveness as you use public resources? The second one says, East Africa breweries has of late been accused of outsourcing basic services such as transport, distribution, and warehousing to their partners in foreign nations at the expense of local Kenyan-owned players. What measures will you put in place to immediately put this to an end?
Yes, Lee, can you respond to the question by Honorable Mulder on behalf of a member of the public and the two from the Deputy Speaker?
Thank you.
And from Owen Bayer.
Thank you. With respect to capital flight, and this refers to huge amounts that foreigners make and they have to repatriate to their countries. I think this is one of the conditions that is cited for ease of doing business. If you allow investors to come into your country and when they make the profits, you deny them to take out, then your ease of doing business goes down. Yes. What we need to do is to offer them alternatives, good attractions, but to bar somebody from taking their money out once they have made it may actually stop them. Because the first reason why they came here was that. I don't want to cite some countries that tried that, where the issue of Forex became a very big challenge, and eventually huge industries that had already set there were crippled. So the ease of capital flow is very important. And if anything, I would be asking, you know, there are some countries out there in the world who have no other business other than you taking your money. So we should create that possibility. Anybody who has money and they want to take it somewhere, it is stable. We won't wake up tomorrow and get insane. This should be the place. Give attractions, interest, stability, all those issues. Huh? So I hope I've answered the honorable member with respect to capital flight and contractors and all the others. The retail business, starting with Uchumi and many other retail traders that have come here, I think there's a gap in terms of legislation because a lot of these companies normally start very well, but eventually there's delay in payment of suppliers, and before long, money is diverted and we get into problems. So I think on the area of regulating this area to some reasonable level. And my main concern is when a retail chain goes down with pending bills of maybe 10 billion, that 10 billion, you must look at it in terms of 200,000 to a small guy who will never wake up again, another company that has closed. So when one retail chain goes down, many others go with it. So we need to regulate it, make it profitable, and ensure that there is good governance. While on the same, allow me also to confirm that the existence of these retail chains is actually a channel for selling our goods. When Uchumi was around and we had branches in Uganda, Tanzania, our exports to those countries were much higher than they were. When they closed, there was an immediate shutdown. So it is important to get your brand, because it helps you to be your last connection to the consumers. And as you probably know, if a supermarket chain has origins in a different country, there will be a bias on the kind of goods you find on their shelves. So if you had our Uchumi or any other in Addis Ababa and all those places, then it would mean we have a channel to send our goods. And it's very difficult for a farmer from Naivasha to take his half a pickup all the way to Dar es Salaam. But if there's a drop-off point here in Nairobi where everybody can bring and they're sure they'll be paid in another week or two, then we would change the kind of optics that we have. Then there's a mention of 43 million in foreign trip. I don't recall which year it was, but I would kindly request that a comparison is made with other counties. I suspect this is the lowest ever spent by a governor of a county of Nakuru's magnitude. I took over when it was 300, 400. So I think this should be a compliment. And I want to say in my last 2 years, I only went for 2 trips. And one of them was actually paid by the development partners. So I take that. On EABL outsourcing to outsiders, again, the Honorable Chairman has said there is a law on local content. However, the enforcement is our weakest point. So if indeed, for example, the SGR, we enforced that local content, we would be able to point some 20 billionaires in this city. But because it is there, then you have foreigners who come, register locally, so they say it is a local company, so they beat the system. So we need to find ways in which, if government is investing in a 20 billion project, let there be an Onyango and a Kamau who have emerged out of that. And because we know they will still invest in their rural areas and places around, Kenyans will benefit from that. So there's a need to look at the local content aspect and how it can benefit. And I think this also goes to talk about EABL. I have no evidence as to whether it's happening or not, but just responding to that, together with all the other corporates in Kenya.
Just from a member of the public.
Yeah, from a member of the public. We're saying it's good corporate responsibility, you know? If we outsource everything out there and our young people are out here baying for our blood, we are not doing justice to our nation. So I think maybe we should find a way of companies doing returns, saying within this quarter or within this financial year, we are able to work with these companies and we can be able to verify. How this can be done, I am sure legislation can be worked around it. Thank you.
Excellent. One member from Nakuru, perhaps this is your friend. Lee is a very good leader from Nakuru. He always unites all communities. Give him an opportunity to serve us. That must be one of your supporters from Nakuru.
My enemies think the same.
Now, Lee, we are coming to... No, we're coming to an end. And I'll ask you a few questions about yourself, then give you an opportunity to make some last wish to this committee. What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
Thank you.
And houses, land, cash at the bank, and whatever?
Mr. Chairman, my shares in family businesses are around 399 million, and some apartments worth 80 million. I have a loan of 8 million, and that gives me a modest net worth of 471,972,000.
For a former governor, that's very modest, I must say.
Yeah.
Have you ever been convicted in any court of law of any offense?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in a parliamentary committee report?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Do you hold any office in any political party?
Not at the moment, but I've previously held office in Ubuntu People's Forum.
Yes.
UPF.
Have you ever been dismissed or removed from office for contravention of Article 75 of the Constitution?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, tribalism, nepotism in the discharge of public duty?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
What is your last wish to this committee?
So, Mr. Chairman, first is to thank this committee and also the President for the honor of serving the nation, and to assure Kenyans that I will put my very best. And I know these opportunities don't come every day. And as a person who has been in public life, I am not one to run away from challenges. The more challenges there are, the more justification there is for some of us to make sure that we turn the tide and we have no other country to go into. So I'll be seeking support from Parliament on areas to do with legislation and all leaders together so that we can move forward. And as I said, I worked very closely with most of the members of Parliament here, including those who come, and I know that teamwork is very critical for success. And therefore, I'll be calling upon many of those who are in office so that we can work together. And I pledge to do my best for Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Lee. I bestowed on you a CBS title. That's what my clerks had given me. If you are not, I'm sure, if you are found suitable, you'll get some decoration soon. So unless you are lawfully held, we release you to go back to your other duties, and we wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much obliged.
Thank you. And Lee, when you have time, read a book called How to lose an interview.
To lose?
How to lose an interview. It includes losing temper.
On both sides. Thank you. Yeah. Asante.
Kwaheri. Yes. Yes. Honorable members, this brings to an end our engagement with the 3 nominees. I want to take this opportunity to thank all members, including our staff, for taking time off your break to come and discharge this national duty. We know we are on our long recess, but you took time out to come and discharge this duty, which, in my estimation, you have discharged very honorably and respectively. We will adjourn the sitting now and give the clerk and his team time to do a draft report based on the material placed before us. The conclusions remain your purview, remain your jurisdiction. So I'll invite you tomorrow to be in this chamber at exactly 3 p.m. tomorrow, so that we look at the report and make our conclusions, whereafter we wait for the special sitting the next day. So let's have a good evening. Tomorrow's meeting will not... For our friends from the 4th Estate, tomorrow's meeting is a closed meeting, the 3 o'clock meeting. So we will advise you to wait for the product in the chamber on Thursday. Thank you, honorable members. Have a good evening and enjoy having a happy new year.